Good morning, friends, followers, channel members. I'm always in a happy mood whenever we're doing a long haul stream. I say long haul, it is for this channel. It's a 4.5-hour flight today. And we are, of course, celebrating 40,000 subscribers. That is just incredible. And I can't think of enough platitudes to thank all of you for the support you guys have shown this channel over the last 3 years as we have continued to grow. And I may be slightly biased, but thinking one of the best communities out there for Flight Simulator, and Microsoft Flight Simulator means so much to me, guys, to have you all here today. It's a long flight, so I appreciate many of you, as I've already seen in the chat, will be dipping in and out whilst working from home. Aren't we all? And yeah, really looking forward to this because we've definitely never been here before. Marsa, one of the, well, it is Easyjet's most southerly destination, which they fly to from Berlin. So that is our route today. Berlin to Marsa. I will have a giveaway as well because, well, why not? Our call sign today is a pain. It is what was it? Alpine 86 Yankee Hotel. Yeah, it's another one of those tongue twisters, which is frustrating, but there we go. Anyway, as it is a huge flight, we'll have loads of time to chat. We really need to crack on though, because I've got a school run to do at 3 UTC time. So we definitely need to crack on with that. But before I do that, a massive thank you and shout out to all of you joining us today as well, including, as always, our amazing Easyjet in Pilot channel members. So thank you so much, seeing some of you guys already in the chat. Hey, Liana, Dark Fury here as well. Oh, and we've got something special to show off as well a little bit later on. Lee JC, Gonzi, J Hog, DC gets here as well. Richard, Captain, HMW, thank you so much. Hey Sean, good to see you. Nick, celebrating 3 years of channel membership. I'm sure it's been longer than that, Nick. Thank you so much, mate. Good to have you here. Willies and Positive Ray also here as well. Fantastic, that is awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, we've got loads to do on today's flight. We've got some new partner affiliates as well to introduce you to. But for now, long flight, let's get airborne, and yeah, let's sort ourselves out. So we are, of course, in the Easyjet flight deck today. Where else would we be? Quick look at the operational flight plan. Don't want to spend too much time on the ground, so I might just skip over this a little bit compared to what we're doing a full real ops flight, but basically everything there is looking good. Underloaded by 3 ton. Nice tailwind helping us along our way today. Cost index of 4, that's as normal. Shear rate at Octave is getting up towards the 8, isn't it? So that's could get a bit bumpy. Don't know where that is. We'll have a look a little bit later on. Fuel then. Oh, look at this. I love seeing fuel when the tonnage is into double figures, just over 13 tons. And as I say that, Nick, our oldest channel member, as I mean in duration, of course, Nick, not age, has just dropped 20 gifted channel memberships. That is amazing, Nick. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Your 3 years of support as well, of course, notwithstanding an amazing contribution there, adding 20 more members into our ranks. Thank you so much, Nick. And also seen as well, you've also just subbed on Twitch as well, which is awesome. Thank you so much for that, mate. Yeah, so 13 tons of fuel. The CNR is 2.2. Quick look at the terrain then, because I don't know this route. I don't think there's that much terrain. Is there down towards... oh, actually, yeah, okay, so as we're into Sofia at Nikti, there is a bit of terrain beneath us. It's going to make some gorgeous views on today's flight, so even if you can't listen to us because you are working from home, just turn the volume down and enjoy the views that we'll be giving you. After that, that looks fine. The weather is all fine. It's all Cat 1 stuff for our arrival. It's an on-hour arrival as well today, so that's something a little bit different. Just check the forecast. So Marsa, obviously where we're going to. Wind potentially getting up to 22 knots gusting. Most of it's a headwind though, so that's fine. Hurghada is the alternate. We've also got Cairo, Sharm el Sheikh, and Sphinx International, which is Cairo, of course. And the other legend of the channel, Dark, gifting 10 Easyjet Sim Pilot channel memberships as well. That is amazing, Dark. And as I said, I've got something awesome to show you later, and Dark is responsible for this. So definitely stick around for that. As I say, just want to try and get us airborne, do our brief, get airborne, and then lots of exciting stuff to talk about. Okay, so that's fine. That is our flight route. Yo, that's 4 hours of pure bliss. En route weather looks pretty good as well. There's nothing there that looks really concerning to me. Had a quick look at the NOTAMs as well. Looks like we've got nothing in Berlin. Marsa has got taxiway Charlie closed. That really doesn't matter. Well, it might do. We'll have a quick look. Nutrient 8, what is the flight time? 4 hours 13 minutes. So let's have a look and see what we've got in terms of our fuel, what we're going to take. I reckon we only need to take, the weather is so good, I think we are going to go with maybe just an extra 500 kilogram. So we'll take 13.5 ton, which is going to be fine for us today. Quick look at the charts then. And Nick, once again, he's over on Twitch. He has just gifted 5 tier 1 subs as well to the community. Mate, thank you so much. That is a total of 65 that you've gifted over your peerage there. So amazing, Nick. Thank you. Stand Charlie 3 is where we are at, so pushback, we'll face west, we'll taxi on Echo, Bravo, and then maybe see if we can get an intersection departure out. If we can get out on Mike 5 or Mike 3, that would be good. Save a bit of taxi time, and then we're off runway 07 right. 07 right departure then is this one. We're on ALSAT 1 Zulu, straight out with a immediate right turn 80 degrees, and just have a look in. No speed restrictions on that. There is on the Quebec, but we're not on the Quebec, we're on the Zulu today. So straight out, our initial climb then on the Zulu is 4,000 feet, MSA 2,400 feet. We've got NAS weather today as well. Transition altitude 5,000 feet and stay on frequency until told to contact Bremen radar by tower. Awesome. I think that is a pretty straightforward brief. There's not really too much to concern ourselves with on that. So let's go and find our aircraft. Now get ready for this. Here we go. Yes! We have a new livery, which we are going to explore in full once we are in flight. But, of course, Phoenix dropped their new aircraft. We now have the new livery. This is our new EasyJet Sim Pilot livery, courtesy, of course, as our legend, Dark Fury. So, thank you, Dark. As I say, we are going to explore this a little bit more once we're airborne. So I'm just telling the ground crew in the Phoenix app, we're meant to be departing in just under half an hour. If I can get out before that, that would be lovely. I'm just telling ground crew that we want to take 13.5 tons of fuel. Hopefully, I've updated GSX, so we'll see if that actually works. Just bear with me while we do that. Right, so just apply that load to the aircraft. See if GSX is going to work. We'll see what happens. Something's happening. Right, well, let's leave them to. So yes, here we are, Alpine aircraft, Alpine 86 Yankee Hotel. Hopefully the aircraft will start getting sorted and boarding will be coming along soon. Right, so aircraft in the standard turnaround phase, so we just want to check normal stuff like fuel pumps are on. We're on external power at the moment. Packs are off, APU is off, nav lights are on. Spoilers, flaps, parking brake should be squawking. 2,000 of course here in Europe. There we are. And acupressure's not yet in the green. Hopefully that'll change when the cargo guys come at some point. Hopefully they'll come and sort us out. Right, flight time then, as I said, 1 hour 16 minutes. Let me just grab the current weather in Berlin. so winds 130 at 9. It's Cav OK, 5 degrees. So anti-ice will be on for our departure. QNH is 1023. 5 degrees, that's cold. It was warmer than that this morning when I took the kids to school. So let's crack on with setting up the box. 3.5 greens. Valid air cycle. Ooh, last day tomorrow. Have to get that updated. I will as well just turn up the volume of the cabin so we can hear things like that going on. Right, so as I say, our flight number. Hang on, I've lost my operational flight plan. That's a good start, isn't it? Hey, good morning, Wally. Oh my God, what time is it? What time is it where you are? That's ridiculous. Right, flight number Alpine. You can go back to sleep in cruise, Wally. That's what the pilots do. No, they don't. No, they don't. Although a couple did a couple of weeks back, didn't they? Did you see that in the news? I love it when ATC finally get in touch with them and they say, yeah, sorry, we had a communication problem. The communication problem was they were snoring down the microphone. Tropo is 33509. Grab the winds. It's 5:45, Wally. That's far too early. Even if you've got young kids, that's far too early. Although, now you've said that, one of my kids came into our bedroom to use the bathroom at 5 AM this morning. Like, there's a bathroom next door to your bedroom. Why are you coming in here? Okay, Iris is good. Cruising 350. Temperature 57. Marsa 1 Zulu. And I am going to go back and read through all these messages, guys. I can see so many congratulations messages coming through, and I don't want to just miss those. But yeah, a huge thank you to all of you sending those. I'm going to go back and read them through once we're able. RNAV 33. That is the Sibri 1 Echo arrival. There it is. And what is our VIA for that? Because I've got no idea. Uh, 611. I'm guessing, looking at that. Oh, actually, we can come in on 613. That would probably be better. Alright, so how many miles is that today? 1,970 miles. Oh wow. 1,956 there on the on the operational flight plan. That is fine. Radnav page, then Bravo India. We'll get that on and dialed in. Switch those on. So that's fine. Let's do our init B then. Make sure we've got a load sheet. 058 57.7. This is nice boarding music for a Tuesday morning. Takeoff. We've got a CFG 31.9. And the alternate fuel is 1.2. Our fuel planning. Alright, so we're taking 13.5 tons. Let's have a look. It wants 13.6. Well, we're taking 13.5. I'm not concerned. It'll be fine. Takeoff weight 71 tons. I never take off this heavy. CG is 28.7. Lovely. So on to our takeoff performance calculations then. Let's have a look at that. So runway 7 right, dry, flaps 1, no need to force toga, anti-ice, yes, that will be on, packs will be off, takeoff weight 71 tons. And, what's happened to about all the information up here? What was that takeoff CFG? 28.7. What's going on here? 28.7. There we are. Lost the information there, so let me just recap that again. 07 right, dry, flaps 1, 71 tons. Does it need a 0?
Welcome on board our flight. Please place your large bag on the table overhead locker.
Sync live weather. Intersection data. Oh yeah, let's do. I reckon if we do mic. We're a bit heavy. Let's go mic 3. That's got full length data there. I don't want full length. I want mic 3. There we go. Awesome. Okay, so let's have a look then at the engine out stuff. One five two, 152, yeah, that's fine. Engine out procedure then. So our secondary flight plan, we'll copy that. It's going to be standard 1700 feet then, a right turn to Kilo Lima Fox. Well, that is nice and straightforward. So let's. Do you know what I am going to do? I'm just going to speed this up just by popping Kilo Lima Fox in the box. Pop out there. Enter the hold. Inbound 020. And right turns. Okay, I'm happy to leave that as is for now. Failures are of course enabled as we are doing a real ops flight. I mean, I'd be gutted though if that actually happened because I want us to get to Marsa. A little bit of Egyptian sunshine. Okay, box is now set up. Let's check we've got everything else set up. So 1, 0, 2, 3, audio control panel, that's all set up. Run Unicom, they're fine. That's all good. Acupressure's in the green as they're sorting out the cargo, etc. Passengers coming on board. Currently still refueling. Initial climb is 4,000 feet. That's get constraints on. Good stuff. So, we obviously know what to expect with regards to our departure, where we're going, what we're doing. Let's talk about threats and error management. So, not really too much to talk about, to be honest. Berlin's a very nice airport. Not too much to think about. Just to sort of recap what we're going to be doing. It's you know, we've got a nice clear day, VMC conditions, no weather en route, that's all looking nice. We've got a fully serviceable aircraft with, if you don't count the weather radar of course. No NOTAMs here in Berlin. There's no real terrain around Berlin either, which is obviously quite nice. The taxi is straightforward. We are going to be doing an intersection departure, Mike 3, so that's good. So straight after departure then, we'll be making almost an immediate right-hand turn. It's a noise abatement 2 departure. MSA 2,400, 4,000 feet the initial climb. Biggest threat is probably lack of ATC if there's any other ATC, any other aircraft around. So we'll just keep an ear on Unicom for that. Transition altitude is 5,000 feet, so once we're in the climb, we'll, if there's no ATC around, clear ourselves up further, and obviously at that point then we'll be selecting standard pressure. Let's just go through the box then, after which we'll brief the engine out procedure. But flight plan is all filed and correct with the right departure. Radnav's tuned to BBI VOR. Optimum flight is 340. We're planning 35. That's okay, and it's below max, so 35 is going to be fine for us. We can get straight up to cruise. 140, 146, 146. Flaps 1 flex departure today, and second flight plan is the engine out procedure. Let's just talk about that. So if we do end up having to depart and losing an engine, then first thing I'll do is I'll pull the heading bug so we continue straight out, and we will climb usual 12.5 degrees pitch following SRS. Trim out the rudder, get the autopilot on, and then once we're 400 feet, confirm that failure. Once we've shut down that engine and we are above 1,700 feet, push the level off and we'll turn towards the first hold, where we will hold safe at 4,000. Right, so now all I'm waiting for
welcome on board our flight.
is
Please place your large bags into the overhead
everyone to have come on
lockers
board
wheels first, keep
and
your
refueling to
small
have completed.
items under the seat in front of you. These include laptops, handbags, duty-free.
Hey Joe Jim, I'm using a combination of SimSmart and the EFB for performance calculation. So performance calculation, use the EFB, but for the engine out procedures as such, and thrust reduction acceleration values, I use SimSmart for that.
To help us ensure an on-time departure, we would kindly ask that you
Another ton and a half of fuel to throw in. Once we are airborne, I need to get some food. I'm starving. I'm not
as
at
we are
breakfast this morning.
currently refueling, please ensure you
Fuel belt, why don't you not press the sync load sheet? But that's cheating.
This is a no-smoking service. Thank you for observing this policy.
I do understand that is, you know, it's a great time saver, but I do like that. I do like the realism. Let me just see. Is everybody now at least on board the aircraft? I'm just waiting for fuel. Not often you're waiting for fuel over passengers, is it? Oh no, we've only got 91 boarded. We've got 144 people planned. So, J-Hug, I would never turn down a McDonald's chocolate milkshake. You know that. It's my weakness. I've been doing a lot of travelling these last 5 weeks, and the amount of McDonald's milkshakes that I must have consumed. 'Cause every time you just pass them, you're like, well, yeah, okay, let's get one. Keep the blood sugar levels up. Don't want that diabetes risk dying off now, do we? So I'm just confirming, yeah, there's no other ATC about. Oh, these passengers are so slow getting on board. Can we not hurry them up? Come on. We'll go and have a look at the cabin as well, actually. In fact, should we take a tour? I'm waiting for refueling and stuff and passengers to get on board, so we might as well. Let's have a little look outside then. This is our brand new livery for the channel, and of course this livery will be posted in the VIP lounge for channel members if they wish to fly this livery. That's what the Easyjet pilot livery there. Of course, we couldn't have a livery on the channel without HD, so he's still knocking about. I'm gonna try and get under the aircraft. Now, I've not actually. This is the first time I've seen this livery. So, Dark, if you've done anything daft that I shouldn't show on stream, you should probably tell me now. But yeah, looking gorgeous. I just love the overall detail that this aircraft has. It's just stunning. Oh, closing the doors. Right. Let's get back on board. Aircraft is loaded. Let's get that APU fired up then. So once that's fired up, we'll sort our aircraft out and we'll get going. Company message, so let's just check. This should be our final load sheet, giving us a takeoff weight of 71.0. That's fine. And what's our takeoff CFG going to be? 27. So that's within limits. Perfect. No LMCs affecting our performance. Richard says he doesn't think the Mingvarks will have survived in that suitcase that they've just thrown on. Yeah. How much bubble wrap did you use? Right, well, let's get the pumps on. Seatbelt signs are on. APU is now available, so let's disconnect that. Ground crew, you can remove GPU and let's begin our push. Now I'm hoping this will automatically retract jetways and things. Oh yes, very good. I always found the jetways at Berlin to be a bit temperamental. Sometimes they ended up being upside down. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that before. It's alright, love, we've got all day. It's not like we've got anywhere to go.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey, Sponge with Bob. I love that name.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Yes, of course, we are on VATSIM indeed. Right, where's my checklist gone? So, cockpit preparation checklist then. Aircraft acceptance has been completed. Fuel quantity is 3.5 tons balanced. Seatbelt signs are on. It is, we've got 3 now green. Bar FQNH is 1023. That's cross-checked. And 150 feet.
Locking gear.
Berlin traffic, Alpine 86 Yankee Hotel, stand Charlie 3, pushing back facing west on Echo. Nozzle steering has been disconnected. Pushing back to the right. Before start checklist then, so parking brake is on, takeoff data has been confirmed, windows are closed, EFB is on flight mode, doors are closed, not armed, beacon light is on.
Release parking brakes, please.
Nozzle steering is disconnected, parking brakes are released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Okay, so engine mode selects to ignition and we're starting engine 1.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross-check.
It's going to be a bit warmer in Egypt when we get there. At least I suspect it will be. A gorgeous day. Bit cold, but a gorgeous day. Tell you what, should have done the paranoia check. APU bleed, that's on. They're on. Why is engine 1 not starting? This isn't good. Ignition, engine 1 start. Huh. Why is engine 1 not starting? That's interesting. My Thrustmaster TCA side stick binding there seems to have gone astray.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features of our Airbus A320 aircraft.
Where are you pushing me?
Thank you.
Seriously, where are you pushing me?
Welcome aboard our Airbus A320. Please pay attention to crew instructions, including the following safety procedures. The safety card found in your seat pocket contains important information about exit routes,
This is
oxygen
different.
masks, life jackets, and the brace position, which you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 8.
What was that?
The cabin crew are pointing out the exit.
How am I suddenly now facing the right way?
Be aware that your
We've
nearest
just-
usable exit may be behind you.
Oh my god.
Emergency lighting will guide you to an exit. In
Set parking brake.
Yeah, I'm going to set parking brakes before you do that again.
fastened, adjusted, and released as shown.
I've just passed out from excess G load.
Whenever the seat
It just spun us 180 degrees.
at
The magic
Air
pushback.
supply fails. Marsa.
Alright, engine 1 is started to stabilise. Is engine 2 going to work? Yeah, oh, engine 2 is working. Well,
Normally, hold the mask
weird.
in place with the strap. Pull on each side to
Unlocking
adjust.
here.
Put on your own mask before
I've
helping
never...
others.
We've had some strange GSX pushbacks in the past,
Take
but
a life jacket.
nothing like that.
Remove from the pouch and put it over your head. Pass the tapes around your waist
That was
and clip
insane.
together. Pull the strap to adjust.
Sure, it was a Back to the Future moment.
Life jacket inside the
Bypassing
aircraft.
removed.
When outside, inflate it by pulling the top.
Left is clear. Right
If
is
it
clear.
fails to inflate or needs topping up, blow into this tube. There is a light.
Right, left clear, right clear, engine 2 still starting. Elliot, good morning, says he's waiting for the plumber to come replace the shower. He's been washing his hair with a gravy boat. I hope you haven't been using gravy as well. Alright, that's engine 2 happy. Alright. Oh, look down here now as I do this, not take it for granted. So yeah, engine mode selectors to normal, get all the packs on. Anti-ice on, APU can come off. Spoilers, rudder, flaps, trim. And there she goes, sauntering across an open taxiway, of course. After start checklist, anti-ice is on engines, ECAM status is checked, packs 2, that's fine. Pitch trim, 28.7, rudder is neutral. Let's go. Brandenburg Traffic Alpine 86 Yankee Hotel, taxi now via Echo Bravo to Mike 3, holding for runway 07 right. Might need a bit of engine power today to get this heavy bird moving. Good morning, Tony. Dipping in and out. Yeah, me as well. Fuba, do I have a GSX profile installed for the airport? I don't know if I do, actually. I normally try to make sure I do, but there's a lot of airports, isn't there? There's a lot of profiles. Okay, first left here on Bravo, then second right. No, sorry, first right. So, take a left, then immediate right. And get through this, then when we're on the straight, we'll run through the checklists. Okay then, so we've got no LMCs. Engine out procedure is standard, so straight out, pull that heading bug. 1700 feet is the acceleration altitude. Departure straight out with immediate right hand turn. Noise abatement 2, stop climb 4000. Let's do our flight control check then. So we've got full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, rudder, full left, which we've just done, and full right, neutral. And the taxi checklist. Flight controls checked. Flap setting is config 1
Cabin crew
FMA.
seats for takeoff.
Climb nav blue 1FD2 4000 blue. Radar predicted wind shears on. Eco memo. We've got takeoff no blues. AFP is stowed. I'm just looking out now for Mike 3.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
That's lovely. So that's Tango there up on the right. And Mike 3 should just be here. So make sure your seatbelts are fastened, guys. It's going to be a long day. Which is awesome. This aircraft is actually rolling far easier than I thought it would, given how heavy we are. Okay, haven't got any... or have we got oncoming traffic? I thought I just saw a light then. There's an aircraft there, but which runway is he lined up for? Brandenburg traffic. Aircraft to the west of Berlin. Can you just confirm which runway you're landing on, please?
Berlin traffic, Alpine 68 Juliet Delta, ILS 07 right, 9 miles.
9 miles, thank you. Alpine 86 Yankee Hotel, then lining up via Mike 3, runway 07 right, immediate departure. Okay, let's go. So lineup checklist. Cabin is secured. Takeoff runway Mike 307 right. TCAS. I'll do that in a second. There we go. TCAS TRAM. Pax 12 off. And if we're all happy with a rolling takeoff, we'll do that. Okay, and take off. Engine stable. Takeoff thrust set. Man flex SRS runway ultra thrust blue. Takeoff thrust is set. $100. V1. Rotate. Oh, hello wind. that departure. That was very windy. Positive rate, gear up. Thrust climb, climb. Nav. Speed's now increasing. Autopilot when engaged. Yeah, that was a windy departure. Very windy departure. Okay, let's clean her up. Flaps 0, spoilers disarmed, no ATC around, clear ourselves up flat level 200, open climb 200 blue, side stick fault, yeah it felt like it, cancel master caution, disregard. So,
Ladies and gentlemen,
get these off.
please keep your seatbelt fastened whilst the seatbelt sign is on. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin. Remember that smoking is not permitted at any time. This includes e-cigarettes. In just a few moments, we will commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to choose.
So, spoilers up,
Fresh
flaps
selection
up,
available
gear up,
today.
lights off.
Details can be found in your in-flight brochure. You can also purchase a selection of hot beverages together with drinks and snacks from the bar. We accept all major credit and debit cards. If we can be of any further assistance, just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
What scale was the engine anti-ice on? It was, yes, for departure, because it was below 10 degrees. It was only about 5 degrees, I think, for the departure today. Sean, there's no flight plan on Vatspy. Really? It's definitely filed. I don't know what's going on, unless I put the wrong call sign in. Okay, so coming up to 10,000 feet. Turn the seatbelt signs off. Go through the box. And at the moment, it's very early in the flight. But it's looking like we're going to get there at 15:05. That gives me 5 minutes extra time to play with to collect the kids from school. That's not good, that is it? Right, it's 10,000 feet. I'm happy, so that can come off. Clean up the box. 350 is fine, and cost index of 0. Secondary flight plan, copy active. Looking to land with 2.5 tons. Perfect. Hey Darren, good to see you. It's Innocent, good to see you as well. Thanks for joining us. Goodbye Berlin. We're going to be flying over so many different countries today. I suppose doing a flight like this when it's the middle of the day, there's not much ATC around on VASIM. It would be the perfect sort of flight to do on something like Beyond ATC. When that gets released. Hey El Bapino, is this Rex outside? Oh, the ground textures. Yeah, Rex Environment Extreme. Yes, that's right. Is that what it's called? Real Environment Extreme? No, it isn't. It's not. That's something. That's FSX days. It's AccuSeasons, isn't it? Rex AccuSeasons. That's what we've got. Yeah. What's that? Like a private landing strip. And Peter, ATCO, good morning, Peter. Oh, mate, thank you so much for your kind donation and saying congratulations on the 40k. From Copenhagen Control, we'll definitely have to come and pay you a visit. But once again, Peter, thanks for amazing support, as always. A couple of people in the chat as well also saying they can't wait for Beyond ATC. I have to admit, those premium voices, they are just something else. So as many of you will know, I have been given access to the beta version of Beyond ATC, and I've had some time to play with it, and yeah, I'm yet to see the traffic injection and how that all runs and works. That's not there yet. But from a voice perspective, can't believe that computers can talk that realistically. Right, so we'll crack on up to our planned flight level then, which is 34,000 feet, isn't it, today? So 340 blue. Correction, 350. 350 blue. That's our planned flight altitude. And what I want to see is that number dropping down. And look at that, we've burnt a ton of fuel already. We're at 12.5 tons now. We started with 13.5. So whilst we fly you to Egypt today then, guys, what is the plan? What are you all doing? Are you working? Have you got a day off? Are you just pottering around the house? Are you pretending to work? This landscape is going to look awesome. It's going to change so much as we fly down from, obviously, Germany through Eastern Europe. And then, I think, do we head over the Greek Isles as we get down there? Actually, we're nearer to Turkey than Greece, really, but we do fly over some... Oh, yeah, we've got some gorgeous views of the Greek Isles coming up this afternoon. And then, yeah... straight over Cairo. Look out for the pyramids. I'll show you our flight route actually, and you guys can see that for yourself. So here it is. So yeah, there we go. We'll just zoom out a little bit. There we are. So over the Greek Isles, get over Eastern Europe, Greek Isles, Turkey on the left, Greek Islands on the right, straight over Cairo. Coast of Egypt. What a gorgeous flight this is shaping up to be. Zoro DK says, just finished biggest school assignment of the year, 34 pages in Word. Yes, size 22 font. I remember those days. When teachers used to give you an assignment based on how many pages it was, which was fine. You just used to keep increasing the font size, double spacing. Lee, you work from home on a Tuesday, so you're not doing much, to be fair. Good morning, Lulu. Spending a day on Airbus. Good move. Oh, DC, you're sick at home. That's not good. Hope you're doing all right. Flyboy John is working, in inverted commas. Leanna's working, though winding down. 8 weeks left then, starting redundancy. Oh, okay. Do we know what the next page is going to be in that book then, Leanna? Peter HCO is on his lunch break with the stream on the projector in the break room. But it's almost life-size, this window. Elba Pina, how long is the flight? Scheduled flight time is 4 hours and 16 minutes, I think. Christian says he's somewhere between Jersey and France on his way to Marrakesh. And Andy's heading off to bed in half an hour. Oh, Andy, I'm guessing, are you in Australia or New Zealand somewhere, I'm presuming? Sponge with Bob, when is Top of Descent? Oh, in about 4 hours, Bob. In about 4 hours' time. Joachim, what's the darker part of the window there? Yeah, I think it's just the way that the window's been rendered. I've got my nose pressed up against it, which is a bit of an issue. I'm loving the reflection of the clouds there. So they're on the other side. Yeah, there you go. That looked really neat. I'm really hoping now that there's not a lot of clouds that are going to scupper our gorgeous views. Ah, Andy, you're in Tasmania. Yeah, fair enough. Leanna, next job, moving to Denmark later this year. Ah, you'll be anywhere near Copenhagen. You'll be able to go and see Peter. Riddick, what do I expect for the A340 from Latin VFR? What do I expect? I expect it to be great for Xbox console players. But when you've been spoiled with things like the fly-by-wire and the headwind mods, then, you know, that is what I would expect. That sort of level is what I would expect as a bare minimum for a payware aircraft. Because I don't believe the Latin VFR ones are that cheap either, is it? Christian says they're just well-built windows, unlike certain manufacturers. Oh, 26,000 feet. We've got centre tanks are feeding as well today because we've got so much fuel. So that will stop obviously when the centre tanks are empty. We've got the outer tanks, we've got the inner tanks, we've got the centre tank. So I'm going to show you just a little something in our new airframe. Just check this out. So just keep your eye on the DDRMI. For viewers of the channel who are familiar with this, this is what I saw when I first loaded into my aircraft this morning. I know if Christian was here, he'd absolutely love this. Does everyone remember that stream? I'm just keeping an eye on some traffic actually now. It's over there. I can see it. It's fine. But yes, that was an epic stream coming into Heathrow. Hey Andrew, good to see you as well. Does the analog comfort? Yeah, of course it does. There you are. If ever we actually need it. What is really cool as well is when you start up the APU, it jumps back and forth with the magnetic interference. be no good witness there. Andy says he's had lovely weather out of Gatwick this morning, headed to Alicante. I am keeping half an ear open for the postman. Don't want to miss it. Now it looks like the moon's rising as well. Lulu, that's where the standby compass is. Yes, I forget, Lulu, you're virtually transitioning now, aren't you, from the Boeing aircraft to Airbus? That is definitely the better way to do it. Trying to transition back, so from Airbus to Boeing, I just think that'd be an absolute nightmare. Far too many buttons and switches. You've now got the beautiful streamlined Airbus with its beautiful clean overhead panel. George says trying to get a juice from the galley. Well, yes, quite. So as we are celebrating 40,000 subscribers now onto the YouTube channel, we've also partnered up with an aviation merchandise store, which if you've been on our Discord server, you'll be aware of that already. There's a link in the video description down below. They're called Aviation Aisle, and I've actually got a couple of their products already. They're 3D lamp, LED globe lamps that they do. Well, I had one in my office, but the kids have nicked it because the girls wanted it in their bedroom, so I'm going to have to get another one. But do check that out if you're into some cool aviation merch with canvases, phone cases, a cool clock that I need to get for my wall, and a mat, lots of mats, which I think look great. I'm trying to convince my wife to let me buy one. But yeah, definitely give that a look while we're in cruise. There's lots of good stuff, and if you obviously purchase any of those whilst using the link in the video description below, then you're also supporting the channel at the same time. Also worth noting as well, Inibuilds currently have an offer on for those of you who love cargo aircraft. If you again in the video description down below, it's also there on Twitch as well in the profile. If you use the link, I've just remembered actually they're pinned to the top of the chat as well on YouTube if you're watching. But yeah, Inibuilds, they've just released Rockford Chicago Airport. Well, if you get that, which isn't expensive, but if you buy that, you can also grab the Airbus A300 cargo with 15% off at the moment, which is a great idea because it's a cargo airport, and you can get the Airbus A300 cargo aircraft, which is a gorgeous aircraft. We've flown it a few times here on the channel, so kickstart your cargo career. But yeah, again, links pinned at the top of the chat if you're watching on YouTube, but also in the video descriptions as well. Peter says might need to get some of those for the break room now. Oh, Peter, do it. I mean, that is the best place to get that kind of merch. Nasday95, good day to you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, nearly at top of climb. Once we get to top of climb, definitely need to get some food. John Diov, hello, hope you're doing well. Nick says that aviation store's going to make him broke. I really want to get the canvases, and my 9-year-old, he wants his room redecorating at some point. He wants it turning into like an airport themed room. I was like, oh, funnily enough, I know where we can get stuff for that. My wife's yet to be convinced. Angus, am I using Toby on this flight, or is it more suited to GA? Yes, like I said in the recent video I did, I think for GA flying, it's great. Or even if I'm flying circuits and I'm not having to, you know, punch buttons on here or things on there on the overhead, because I do find that for airliner flying, it's just a bit too sensitive. So when you're trying to use a mouse to push something, it's it makes it difficult. But for GA VFR flying, I think it's great. Particularly if you're just also using like the showcase camera view. That's really neat. The other thing is as well, when I'm streaming, I've actually got 3 different, well, how many screens have I got lit up in front of me? 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 screens lit up in front of me. So I just constantly, you'd see me doing this all the time, which, well, my flying's not that bad. Ajay, what about say intentions? The great thing about say intentions is that it is completely unscripted, and I love that. You don't have to speak in proper aviation speak. You know, you can be a little bit more lax with what it is you're saying, and it will, you know, it will respond to you. If you tell it that you need to declare a medical emergency and you need to get down, it's going to help you, it's going to respond to you, and it's going to give you what you need. Right, top of climb is about here. Good morning to you, Nigel. You're going to leave the live and watch from the start? You didn't miss much, Nigel. It was a nice... Oh, actually, you might want to check out the pushback. If you want to just check out the pushback, then come back, Nigel. Tell us your thoughts on that. The pushback was interesting, to say the very least. Right, and that's Macalt Cruise. Get that cost index back up. Ooh, look at that. That time's dropped down now, isn't it? 14:36. Oh, easy. Right, let's just check that nothing's broken. Center tank is no longer feeding. Must be empty. Yeah, they're all fine. No fuel leaks. Sean, we have got a nice 43 knot tailwind. I think we've got a tailwind for the majority of the flight, well, overall anyway. Which is perfect. AA, greetings from Malmo in Sweden. We tend not to do Heathrow very often, just because we're usually doing Easyjet flights, although I have been stepping outside the Easyjet flight deck quite a bit recently. Particularly when the Phoenix released their version 2 with the IAEs, wanted to do some British Airways flying as well. And we spent more time on the ground at Heathrow than we actually did in the air, as we did a shuttle run up to Manchester, when the entire vaccine world decided to depart from Heathrow the other day. And Nesda 95, you hopefully, with the fly-by-wire A380 coming out, you won't need a payware variant, because that looks superb. Absolutely superb. So we're just hoping that that indeed is going to be released at some point soon. I love seeing all these previews, the things that are coming, how good they are, because they're absolutely phenomenal. But when the previews last, 2 years and we're still not got the product, I kind of think, ugh, when? And obviously, no company tends to give a definitive date, and I absolutely understand why the fly-by-wire team don't give a date, because they're all volunteers, so it's impossible to say. But no ADC required. Haha, we're on time. Nice of them to tell me. Ah, Elliot, go and get yourself a cup of tea. Perfect. Just what you need. Sean says it also looks like the PMDG 777 is not far off either. You have a feeling they may release quite close to one another. Well, you know, we're getting further and further throughout the year now, aren't we? And at some point, there's going to be a Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your trip.
So let's get some en route weathers then. So we've got Krakow about 100 mile away. We'll check that one out. What other airports have we got en route then? We also have LHBP. So send that off. So for en route weathers, you're looking mainly to just look at major airports that are en route. And if they happen to be a base, then even better. Do the list now. Right, should have some messages come through on all of those in a bit. So we'll check out those en route weathers. Top climb checks have been done. I think all is good. Richard's just watched the pushback, found it very funny. Yeah. Ashley is sat in the doctor's car park watching on the Tesla screen today. Ashley, you're not the doctor, are you, with the Tesla car? You're not actually meant to be seeing patients, are you? Steve, I've heard about it. I don't know if anybody else has, about the ability to actually able to annotate the Navigraph charts, which is something I've wanted for a long time. Just being able to like draw a taxi route or on an approach, circle something, you know, to bring your attention to it. Oh, actually, you're waiting for the patient to come back out. That's fair enough. That looks like a lot of farming going on down there. Yeah, so Wednesday 9.5, you need to just download from the Fly-by-Wire website, just download the Fly-by-Wire installer. Once you've got that, you can download it for free. Yeah. So we should have some awesome scenery today, particularly as we get down over Eastern Europe. And sat on the right hand side of the aircraft today, you'll be able to see the beautiful Greek Isles. Left hand side, you'll get Turkey. Peter, thanks for joining us. Have a good shift, mate. Hope all is well and aircraft are doing what you tell them to do. See you soon. Alright, so our estimated time of landing then is around 14:35 UTC, which is fine. I shouldn't be late picking the kids up if that is indeed the case. And this is an I5, you're more than welcome. Glad you found the tutorials useful, and hopefully we're able to make sense of them. I'm aware sometimes that I just babble on, but hopefully some nuggets of information come out occasionally. So it was interesting today when I was thinking about doing this. I knew that we had to mark 40,000 subscribers because, yeah, what a milestone. Which, obviously, it's you guys that have created that milestone. But what I wanted to do to mark it, I had a couple of things. I wanted to do a long haul flight because long haul flights, there's just something different about them. You know, we actually get time to sit and chat, and I'm not distracted by ATC or flying the aircraft because, you know, you're sat in cruise and, well, this is it. We're just, you know, we're sitting pretty now for the next few hours as long as the aircraft behaves. But in terms of what I wanted to do, there were a couple of options. Had I got the time to do it, depending on what day it fell. So, a transatlantic flight, which is always fun. Love doing a transatlantic flight, but of course you can't do an Easyjet flight for that. It would be a little bit unrealistic, wouldn't it? So yeah, we'd have probably been in the headwind 330, or even the Airbus A300, you know, something a bit different. Maybe a cargo transatlantic flight, that'd have been interesting. But you really need a good 7-8 hours for that, and on the school run today, I hadn't got the time for it, unfortunately. The other thing that I was thinking is one of EasyJet's longest flights. Now, that's something like an Edinburgh down to Egypt or somewhere like that, or Jordan, I think they did as well last year. That was another sort of potential, but again, just didn't have the time for it because, to be fair, that's probably as long as a transatlantic flight. Dark, we should do the Dubai flight when the 777 comes out. I'll spend longer on the ground than I will in the air, Dark. My problem is the flight management system of the Boeing aircraft. I think I know how this is going to go, but let's just do a quick vote. Just type into the chat if you're, and this is purely talking about the McDo, the flight management computer, FMGC, whatever you want to call it, FMS. Yeah, just this thing here. Yeah. Just type into the chat, Airbus or Boeing, which do you think is easier to navigate around and use? Which is more ergonomic in its page design and navigation ability? I can't wait to see what people think on this. And I do get that it all depends on which aircraft you're used to flying. Because, you know, with practice comes perfection. So Simon Iris says the Boeing aircraft, he finds the FMC easier. Quite a few Airbuses there though, with Gonzi and Richard. And Yuzuminchi also says Airbus. Grandray 96 though says Boeing. Peters is Airbus. Habbo is Boeing. Flybad is Airbus. Weehauler is Airbus. Weehauler, love the name. It is a bit of a biased question, you're right, Dark. That's why I say it all depends on what you're used to, doesn't it? Isn't it? But I just find I get lost in the pages of the Boeing aircraft. So Sean makes an interesting point there that but he says Boeing's a bit more intuitive in knowing what needs to come next. With the Airbus, you need to remember the disc rib. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Tony, you still struggle entering the engine out procedure in the secondary flight plan. Missed that today. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, that, Tony. Kralid, what is a good FPM landing? Good or safe? Two different things. A good landing is on the centre line and in the touchdown zone. And if you land at less than 500 FPM, you're not going to do any damage to the aircraft. More than 600 FPM, then you probably might need a gear inspection. See, what is a bad FPM? A bad one is like less than 30. Angus says he's now gone back to self-loading cargo with the Phoenix aircraft, and I have to say it seems to sync up perfectly with the version 2 update, so everything syncs nicely together. That's good. Lula says friends of mine who went from Boeing to Airbus say the change from the FMC is one of the trickiest parts of the conversion. It probably is, to be honest. Still loving the fact we've got a nice tailwind. I think we could take advantage of that tailwind anymore. Let's just have a look. Of course, if we can't actually climb any higher because we're too heavy, it makes no difference. To be fair, we're at 3.5. The next step up would be 3.7, and I recommended max is 3.69, so that's probably not a good move. Andy says a bad FPM is when the wheels come out of the top of the fuselage or wings. Nigel, you've just come back after watching the crazy pushback. Yeah, it was a bit weird, wasn't it? It was very weird. Clearly he got out the wrong side of bed this morning. Steph says, once you've learnt each system, you think the Airbus is easier. Well, I think the Airbus is definitely more intuitive. It would be interesting. I wonder who came up with the layout of these keys. So, I forgot who it was that said a moment ago that the Boeing aircraft just seemed a bit more intuitive in knowing where to go next. So, I don't know. There is a bit of logic, I guess, if you look at them not in terms of rows, but in terms of columns. So you've got your direct. You need to fly somewhere. Your flight plan. Well, that's where you're going, and your airport. If you know you want sort of your nearest airport things, bring you to your airports. But and then you've got your progress page is there for your closest distance to somewhere, and a RAV nav for your nav aids. You've got performance, of course, giving you your fuel and what stage of flight you're in, and your fuel underneath, giving you all of your weights and what you can expect with your fuel prediction calculations. You've got your init screen, which then of course here you're putting in sort of your route, your altitude, cost index, call sign, etc. And then a secondary flight plan, so there's your backup, almost like your backup init, isn't it? Yeah, and then obviously the buttons at the end, just for sorting yourself out, sorting the box out. So what we could do now at the moment is if we had a look at Lima Hotel Bravo Papa, which is about 100 miles away, isn't it? And just doing a quick check. So it's Budapest Airport. Let's see what was the weather for Budapest. In fact, we've not checked those weathers, have we? We just check those out. Oh yeah, look at all these. So Krakow was fine. Budapest is 3305 knots, so that's fine. It's wide open. Bit of rain, but that's open. LTPJ is Cav OK. Light winds there. And Cairo's Cav OK. Bit windy. Bit of what's that? Sand? SA? Don't see that very often. Someone can confirm that for me. Quick Google search. SA is on the NOTAMs. Is that a notification of sand? Would make sense. Yeah, so with the second flight plan now, whilst we're sort of cruising away, we've got Budapest Airport there. Wind 330 at 5. And they are currently arriving runway 31 right. Okay. So then you've got a second flight plan. Just sort of where are we at the moment? We're Balap. So we'll Balap and then Lima Hotel Bravo Papa. Just as a new destination. 31 right. And no obvious stars there. No obvious. But just means that we've essentially just got a flight plan sort of loaded in, half loaded in, ready to go. So I don't know, if all the cabin crew came back and says, well, we've got a problem, you know, we've got a passenger that's, I don't know, having a medical emergency and we need to get on the ground pretty quick, and we just call ATC, right, we need to divert, we'd like to do Budapest, and yeah, we're in. Angus confirming that it is sand. Thank you, Angus. See, you don't get that in the simulator either, do you? Be nice to get. Oh wow! What a view that is. I think that's Slovakia. Is that Slack Airport. Lima Zulu Sierra Lima. That looks stunning. That really does look neat. Might get a 320 in there. Funnily enough, flying over this part of the world now, we've got a bit of ATC online. No centre controller, sadly. We've got Krakow Tower is on. Budapest Tower is on, actually. And ground. Vienna approach is on. Nigel, that's not a shadow of the A320. Looks like it now you've said it, doesn't it? It's not. It's just a smudge on the window. Says he looks like a nice shadow of the 320. No, you're not going to see the shadow this high up, I don't think. But yeah, it's a fair shout. It's a fair shout. Yeah, I don't know what these marks are. Some kid snotted down the window or something. Managed to cut a couple more minutes off our arrival time, which is just brilliant. Right, as we approach Balap then, we best do a fuel check. I'm not doing those yet. So oh, hang on, the door's just gone. I shall be back in 1 moment. Oh, right, I'm back. Sorry, I've got completely sidetracked. There is a helicopter hovering over our house. And I mean, when I say helicopter hovering over, is he on? I'm just looking on Flight Radar 24. No, he's not. He's not on Flight Radar 24. But it is ridiculously low. I just snapped a photo of it. It's a really bad photo. I was going to put it on Discord. Maybe not. But it almost looked like it was about to try and land in the fields at the back. I hope not. Yeah, Nick, what have I been up to? Let's just disregard that ecam. I'm going to go and get myself a cup of tea, though. We'll see where that helicopter ended up. It was a bit weird. The photo I've taken doesn't actually do it justice as to how low it actually is. But it wasn't moving, it was just sat there hovering. Steph, thankfully I don't live near a prison. It doesn't look like air ambulance. It's definitely not air ambulance. It's not the police helicopter. In fact, there's nothing that it's hovering over that it would really go to. The only thing I could think of is, for anyone that knows the area, Wentworth Woodhouse, which is a big old estate, a bit like Chatsworth House, if you know that, isn't that far away from us. So occasionally, a few people go in there. Some private, rich VIPs. Leanna, I did wonder if it was the power lines as well, because we have seen that before. Obi, do I live in a posh estate? Not posh enough for a helicopter to come and land on. Absolutely not. That is a nice view. I like that. Richard, it's the 40th anniversary flight. Special Forces training, Robert? Not round here, I wouldn't have thought. Polyfiller advert. Max Lightweight, yeah, hopefully the police weren't hunting us. It's YouTube with an award. Doesn't the first award that YouTube gives start at something like 1 million subscribers? I think we've a long way to go before we get anywhere near that. Just a quick reminder, if you haven't done so already, then please do help us out and hit the like button on the channel. You can also get yourself some cool aviation merch from our new partner, Aviation Isle. So do check that out as well. Innobuild's also 15% off at the moment on their Airbus A300 if you purchase the newly released Rockford Airport as well. Francisco, your Phoenix often during the last landing phase gives you an error on the ecam about cabin pressure. There was a bug at one point where messing around with the what do you call it, the approach would bring up the cabin pressure page. Not quite sure what happens if they manage to fix that actually with V2. I've not seen it since V2, to be honest. Sean, 100k. Oh, did they give you an award 100k? Oh, we've still got some way to go then. Hey, Nolex. Didn't know you were lurking away, Dan. Says usually gets the Irish Coastal Guard from Shannon circling low around their house to land at the hospital. Yeah, well, the closest sort of major hospital to us with landing facilities for helicopters is the Northern General Hospital in the centre of Sheffield. So, Mads and Obi, that's what we're aiming for, is it? The 100k silver play button. 1 million is gold. Yeah, probably won't make it that far. Anyway, I was going to do a fuel check, but I've left the door open now. Let me just go back and close that, and then I'll be back in a minute. Oh, right. So, fuel check. Let's have a look. Where are we? So we had just passed Balap, hadn't we? We're about 10 minutes away from Tegri. Let's see what we've got. Andy, I would take a tin tray. Tin tray is fine. As long as it has a cup of tea on it. So we took about 500 extra. Contingency is another 500. So we've got about we're about a ton extra. Let's have a look. Where's Balap? There we go. Balap there at the top. Should have 9.5 tons. So with that extra ton, about 10.5 ton. And we've got 10.2. We've just passed Balap as well. So that's probably about right. Max Lightway says there's a national grid chopper that takes off from Leeds. They go around checking electric cables. Also tend to have police on board checking for homes that are growing things they shouldn't. Yes, indeed. Mads, I have seen that. I was looking on their website last night. I couldn't actually find out how to purchase that, to be honest, but there you go. Hey, Chalty. Good morning, mate. How are you doing? You join us somewhere over, I think, were we in Slovakia? Somewhere like that. Oh, we're over Hungary now. And I am hungry. We really do have some lovely views today. Hey, Dan Voza. Yeah, indeed, the legend Nick. Speedbird 464. Gifting you that sub. Welcome on board. Mads, how will it compare? I guess time will tell, won't it? The great thing I love about the Mini FCU is it is mini. It's not taking up my entire desk space. I don't have a lot of space, so the mini is better. And what I also like about the Mini FCU is the attention to detail in regards to the screen. You know, what the displays look like. Tell you what I have started doing. So I actually used to keep quite fit, definitely before COVID. I was very fit before COVID, and then COVID came in and just got lazy, and I probably haven't done any sort of exercise, proper exercise, in about a year or so. And then, of course, sadly, we all know I lost my first officer, so I wasn't even going out walking the dog. And I decided recently I've got to get back into doing some sort of fitness training, because I can't just spend my life sat on my backside. It's not going to be good as I'm getting older. So after working away for the last sort of 5 weeks, I decided, right, now I'm done, I'm back home, I'm going to start doing the intensity workouts again and trying to build up the stamina that I had, in the hope that in a few months I can get back to what I was a couple of years back. Oh my god, I can't walk this morning. Anyone ever been in a similar position where they've just sort of jumped back into something which they thought they could, because they could do it 18 months ago? I thought, well, I can do it again now. Turns out I can't. My legs are punishing me for being so lazy for the past 18 months. Ah, old novice digging a garden out. Yeah, but you didn't used to do that every day either. But yeah, I bet you Wake's doing that. Lola says it was the opposite for them. He got to the gym more often. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I used to swim every morning, and I mean 5-6 times a week. And obviously that all shut, and I never went back. And now I'd love to go back, but I just don't have the time to do it with the kids and stuff. Steph, the rest days are the best days. Dark says first time he went to the gym, his legs were like jelly. Oh, yesterday when I finished, honestly, I swear I could have thrown up. Daniel says campanology took a 4-year break since COVID. Started again last week and his arms are falling off. Richard says wait till you get to my age. I don't want to, Richard. I want to still feel like I'm 20 again. The DOMS, Andy, yes, the delayed onset muscle soreness. You need to work out now whilst they are sore but at low intensity. Well, that's it. You kind of got to just push through that little bit, haven't you? And eventually, as they break down, it will build back up again. I used to do quite a bit of cycling as well, Sean. I need to get my bike fixed. Richard, you're 68 and you swim twice a day. That is awesome. Matt, what do I think of the A380 preview? Matt, I love everything about the A380. The detail is so over the top. It's awesome. I would imagine, just like everyone now, we just want to fly it. We've seen the previews. We've seen how awesome it is. We know the detail is incredible. We know how, well, we don't know, but we can imagine how much work has had to go into it from so many people to make that project what it is. I just hope people don't get fed up of waiting. Dan, apply for the Channel 4 show with the ex-SAS people. God, no. What are you trying to do? Kill me? Andy says his bikes, road and mountain, have gathered dust and cobwebs since COVID. I know, and it's so sad that is exactly what's happened to myself and so many other people. It's just, why? To be fair, I cycled a lot during COVID because you were allowed to go out for an hour a day, weren't you? And the coordination on the A380 would be like herding cats. I have no idea how they do it, but obviously they do, and from what we've seen, it's paying off dividends, isn't it? It looks stunning. Absolutely awesome. Richard said he would accept the A380 in its current state. I know, and again, this is the yes or no. Let's put this to the chat, and you guys can answer this question. So, would you be happy for the A380 to release now, with potential things unfinished, bugs or whatever, and have them roll the fixes out in time, or would you rather wait until it was completely a finished product, if you could ever get that far? So, yes or no? Do you want it now, or are you prepared to wait? So, yes, you want it. No, you're going to wait. Go on, give me the answers in the chat. Let's see how we get on with that. Good night to you, Andy. Have a good sleep. I'm loving the responses of this. Loads of people actually. If I'd have been a betting man, I'd have put my money on most people saying release it now and we'll fix things along the way. Most people are saying no, just wait until it's ready. Which I find is actually a really nice thing, because it means that people aren't fed up of waiting for it to come. Nick makes a very good point actually. You think you'd want to wait until any bug fixes are all sorted. As it's a long haul aircraft, the last thing you want is it to go wrong after a long flight. Yeah. How many A380s do you think will be doing a quick hop from Heathrow up to Manchester? The most unrealistic routes imaginable. We all know J-Hog's going to take it into Jersey. Hey, Chalty, shoot. The more the merrier, adding the other side of the coin. If you wait though, then the expectations will be so much higher because we've had to wait for so long. I get that. I get that. Client says they're going to probably wait and target Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. I wouldn't be disappointed if they did that, to be honest, because 2024 is... I mean, it's not going to be that far away, is it? We're already in mid-March. Where's the year going? And they obviously want to make sure that it works with that aircraft. That is an absolute must. Simon says he thinks 2024 will be out in August. Yeah, Simon, we spoke about this on the channel on a live stream a while back, and I think we all agreed August will be the target date when all the Xbox kids are off school. Do you know what would be really neat? Do you remember when Microsoft Flight Simulator first was released? But it was released on PC first, wasn't it? Yeah? For those of you that remember that far back. It was a PC game first. Game, simulator, whatever. And it was awesome. Absolutely awesome. And then Sim Update 5 came along. And that was the update that meant it also worked on the Xbox console. And we had so many people in uproar because the quality seemed to just disappear from the PC editions. And right or wrong, everyone said was because they've had to scale things down for the Xbox. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't know. I don't work at Microsoft. But wouldn't it be great if Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 had a PC version and an Xbox version, and they weren't the same? I just think that would be the way forward. It would appease everybody. Lulu, is 2024 a iterative product, or is it something? It's completely new. It's going to be a completely brand new simulator. Daniel, thank you for the congratulations. Charlie, just outside the flight deck door, up on the galley ceiling, there's a smoked glass panel with a cutout revealing an operational switch that you can toggle on or off. What is it for? Charlie, that sounds like something a pilot shouldn't be playing with. Is it modelled? Should we go and have a look? Hey, people. I'm your captain. No one's flying the plane. So, are you talking? You're talking about this one, the circuit breakers here, or elsewhere? Because if it's these here, well, they've kind of been labelled for us. I don't think they're clickable. Oh, they are. Ah, I'm not going to press this. I'm not going to press it. How cool is that, though? That it's actually modelled. Vacuum cleaner socket. That's really neat. Should we have a look at our cabin anyway? So yeah, we've there's a good opportunity. Dark Fury has sorted this out for us. Oh, this is very detailed as well, isn't it? I'm presuming none of these work. No, that would be daft. I feel like I could. Whenever I go to the galley to make a cup of tea, I can take you with me. I was trying to unlock that then. Can I lock it and unlock that? Oh! What have I done? The click spots might not be right. I might actually just be pulling circuit breakers the other side of this wall, which is a bad idea, isn't it? Famous last words. What does this do? I can't believe I've actually got operating instructions here. Place coffee bag seam down on top of the metal base plate. Then I'm not going to keep clicking. I probably am. The click spots in the Phoenix haven't always been the best. I am probably just pulling circuit breakers. It would be kind of cool if we could get water, wouldn't it? Is that the baby changing table? Oh, wrong button. Ah, I have to go back. So, in the Latin VFR, we need the A321 seat. I love the fact that the safety on board actually has a picture of an Easyjet aircraft there, not just a generic 320. You can see the tail there, that's quite neat. Let's go for a walk. And then I do need to just nip and get some food, because I am absolutely starving. Love how the sounds of the engines change as well as we walk down the cabin. Hey, Lemon. Good to see you. Yeah, I can't click these ones, so something tells me I may have been doing something that I shouldn't at the other end. Oops. Can't open the toilet doors. That is such a disappointment. Do you know what I love though? Just standing here. You know, I stood at the back of an aircraft and you can see the ground moving below. Peer out the little porthole. How cool's that? I think that looks really good. Jack says, hey, wouldn't be fun for the person inside the toilet. No, quite right too. And this is definitely a bonus because our emergency exit doors are still attached. Scottish Rebels could have been the first person to join the Virtual Mile High Club if they opened that door. I'm glad it doesn't open now. Right, have I pulled any of these? No, they all look... I think they're all in. Good. Ah, Scottish Rebels, thank you. Right, whereabouts in the world are we now? Let's just sort our secondary flight plan out, copy the active. Lula says during the pandemic you'd often fly with full cargo in the belly and 0 passengers. With the dimly lit passenger cabin at night was quite eerie to walk around. Oh, I bet it was. I also remember seeing aircraft where the seats weren't carrying passengers, but they had actually cargo like strapped in the passenger seats, didn't they? You know, got to make it count. Scottish Rebels, you've just picked up the Phoenix now. Says it's amazing. Looks like the PMG is going to be in the hangar for a while, indeed. And Chalty, given the answer that a few people were asking, because I didn't know what it did. I don't touch it. So they're switching the galley ceiling so you can power down the aircraft completely with the GPU connected. You can then flick that switch, which then provides power to the cabin only, and that's for the cleaners, the inside. Ah, fair enough. So basically, your aircraft is still cold and dark, but the cleaners can do their jobs. Awesome. Jordan, that is incredible. Thank you so much, gifting one Easyjet Sim Pilot channel member, that one falling to Jack. Jordan, good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to our 40k stream, our 2,000 mile flight, as it is that we're doing today. It was roughly about 2,000 miles, I think, wasn't it? So we're coming towards Sofia Airport now, which is down there somewhere ahead of us. But yeah, I'm so glad that the skies are clear today. Nothing more boring on a long haul flight than not being able to see the gorgeous scenery that Microsoft Flight Simulator has to offer. But indeed, it looks fantastic. Alright guys, so this is this is what I'm going to do. I do need to go get some food. I've not had breakfast this morning. I want to get cracking straight away with the stream and the flight, etc., so we can get it all done before I have to run on the school run. So I'm now starving. I'm going to head to the galley that we've just seen. I'm going to grab some food. I'm going to make another cup of tea, and then we'll be back. Yeah, so don't go anywhere. Leave us on in the background. Whilst I'm gone, if you're looking for something to do, please do check out our new partner, the Aviation Isle merch store. Great aviation gifts, and there's a link in the video description down below to check that out. Also pinned at the top of the chat if you're watching on YouTube as well. And if you're in the market for some scenery or aircraft, then do check out the inner builds link as well. If you love cargo flying, then you can get the Airbus A300 the Airbus A300 freight version that Innobuilds released recently. awesome aircraft. You can get that with 15% off at the moment if you purchase the new Chicago airport that has also just been released as well. So do go and check those out. And I will be back once I've got some food and another drink. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Please don't forget to hit that like button. Don't go anywhere, and I will be back shortly for the next 3 hours of our flight, celebrating reaching the 40,000 subscribers milestone. Thanks, everyone. I'll be back in a little bit. Alright guys, we're back. Oh, honestly, you know, I said that I'd just started working out again because I was just getting lazy. The worst thing you can do, they say, after sort of, you know, doing some heavy exercise is sit still, because that's when you're going to stiffen up and it'll become really painful. So the day after I start exercising, what do? A 5-hour flight. What a great idea that was. Hey Mona, good to see you back. Richard, is this radio too? I think I'd probably get sued if I broadcast that over YouTube. What a gorgeous view. Where are we? That looks fantastic. Where is that? We're down near the Greek Isles yet. Oh, we might be actually. That might be why it looks so gorgeous. That is a beautiful sight. Oh, definitely enjoy this bit more. Yeah, so I've got some food. I'd say I've got some food. I can't really call it a lunch. It's not healthy in the slightest. I bet no one can guess what's on this plate because it's the most eclectic mix of food you're ever going to find. Hey Alphanaze! You watching the stream in a real-time flight from Paris to Athens. We're not a million miles away from Athens at the moment, to be honest, Alphanese. That is cool. Which airline's that then that's got decent enough Wi-Fi to be able to stream? Because it does have to be pretty decent if you're going to try and stream a live stream, doesn't it? Hope you've had a good time though. Are you going on holiday or are you coming back from holiday? Richard, it's not first class food. That all depends on the meaning of what you'd call first class. My kids would probably call this first class food. Hey Hitman, I've not tried the frame gen mod. It kind of came out at a time when I was really busy with stuff, so I've not had a chance to delve into all of that just yet. More the merrier. Is it prawn cocktail? No, it's not prawn cocktail. Alpha's Asian. You paid €6 for the Wi-Fi access. Yeah, to be fair, when I was well, I thought about. Do you remember last year when I was flying? I flew from Heathrow. No, I didn't. I flew from Manchester down to Heathrow, but I pre-recorded a Microsoft Flight Simulator stream of. So I played it about the same time as I was doing it live in real life. I did pay for access to the Wi-Fi on that BA flight because I wanted to. I wanted to be able to watch the stream with you guys. So yeah, I did pay for that. It's not prawn cocktail flavoured crisps, Richard. Although I do like those. I'm also really guilty of eating Pringles. I can't stand plain Pringles, but I do like prawn cocktail. I like salt and vinegar Pringles as well. Lulu, you flew back from Athens last year. Aircraft went tech on the ramp. Engine 1 refused to start. That's better than refusing to work when you're mid-air, though, Lulu. If you're going to have a problem with an engine, be it on the ground, not the air. Hey, Captain Q. Good to see you guys. Said we were going to get some gorgeous views on this flight, and well, we're definitely getting some at the moment. Dan says that's not weird. Recording. Was it not? Oh, was it not weird? Recording yourself flying, talking to yourself, then watching it back while flying for real. It was interesting, Dan. It was, particularly when I was doing the recording as well. Knowing that I was recording for a future date and that there was no one there. It's not like now when I was in the chat, being able to interact with anybody. I think I had some ATC around, so that was quite nice. But yeah, I suppose it was a bit. It was a bit weird, but it was okay. It was good. Lulu was a Boeing, was it? Ah, there you go. Sean, it's not pork scratchings. I need to buy some of those. That is a great idea, Sean. We're going to buy some of those later. Richard, when you lived in Yorkshire, you loved the Tudor kipper flavoured crisps. What are they? I don't know what they are. And I've lived in Yorkshire all my life. I like Yorkshire. I love living here. I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather live, rather than just like a nice little remote village somewhere in Scandinavia or a tropical island. But then I bet Tesco don't deliver there. Captain Q, quick question. How do you change the PA sounds to one of your own sounds? Oh, no, you can do that. You just need to set up your own custom sound packs. So the best thing to do is read the Phoenix website. It tells you in good detail how to do that. Sean, that'd be a good name for a startup VA. What, the Pork Scratching Airlines? Pigs can fly. Lulu says, are your wife's family from South Yorkshire? You were down there not long ago. No, that's where I am, Lulu, South Yorkshire. Oh, Yorkshire Airlines. Has everyone seen the Takeoff of Yorkshire Airlines? That's been doing the rounds on YouTube for a few years now, isn't it? Barry Barton's in the house. Hey, Barry. Good to see you, my friend. And Barry travels more than anybody. Certainly anybody I know that doesn't work as a pilot or cabin crew. Speaking of which, I had a most sort of unreal moment yesterday, and this could cause a bit of a give us a nice bit of a conversation for the next few minutes. So we have our food delivered. Why? Because I'm lazy, and I quite like, as much as I like going shopping, usually it involves taking children with me, and that's never fun. So I do an online shop and we get it delivered. So yesterday, the delivery driver for my chosen food outlet of choice this week delivered the food, and it was nice because normally it's a delivery man. Well, we had a delivery woman yesterday, and she's unloaded stuff. Yeah, I got chatting, and I can't even remember how we got onto it. But she said she only did this part-time because actually in the summer she is cabin crew, and we delved a little bit more into that and the flights that she does and where she worked at, and it turned out that this was incredible. She was actually the cabin crew on our flight on holiday last year. This woman. What are the chances of that? The shopping delivery turns up at the door, but it's actually, she was also the cabin crew for you on your flight on holiday last year. It was ridiculous. So I thought that's actually a great question to put to you guys. When have you ever met someone that was just the most random encounter? It doesn't have to be anyone famous. I mean, clearly she's not famous, but just to have that happen was just completely random. So Barry, you're in Bahrain this time. I hope things are going well for you, Barry, as always. Lewis Platt, thank you for subscribing as well. Scottish Rebel says his partner is from South Yorkshire as well. Is she a Barnsley lass? Ah, and you were there a few days ago. Well, Scottish, I'm definitely not a million miles away from there. Barnsley lass are the most straight-talking people you'll ever meet. Don't upset her, ever. Dark Fury, I knew you were going to say something. Richard says you posted as a former 320 pilot. Oh wow, that's a bit of a change in job. Mind you, you can only do it for so long, can't you? 55. Barry, it's raining there in Bahrain, and it's Ramadan, so it's not the best time to visit. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Scottish Rebel, a spade is a spade. It doesn't come much more clearer than that. Rossep, does the Mini FCU work with Block 2 of the Phoenix? It does, but you will still need Phoenix Quartz if you want to get the displays working. But to be honest, I don't even bother with that because I flip between aircraft so much, between the fly-by-wire, the Phoenix, the Headwind. I use it by checking what the primary flight display is showing, which is what real pilots do anyway. So they don't rely on the digits on the FCU. Oh, Colin says you don't need Phoenix Quartz. Sorry, Tony says you don't need Phoenix Quartz anymore. Don't you? Oh, fair enough. You just still need the Moby Flight then. That's fine. Lulu, your wife is also from Barnsley. Is everyone from this channel? Everyone on the channel from Barnsley. Dark Fury is about to have palpitations. All the best things come out of Barnsley. Having said that, I'm actually from Sheffield, not Barnsley, so. Colin, do I have a camera config file for the new I have the same one I'd used in the old Phoenix. This is it. Still seems to work and provide decent views. That's quite nice. KW Airlines, where's Barnsley? It is the heart of the universe. KW, okay, it's the heart of Great Britain. Almost right in the centre of Great Britain. KW, you're from Milton Keynes, you don't know where Barnsley is. I know where Milton Keynes is. North of Luton, yep. I was down there at the weekend, actually. Right under the flight path to Luton Airport. Kept getting, whilst I was working, kept getting buzzed all the time by Wizz Airs. Oh, working my way through my... I'm not going to call it lunch, I'm going to call it a snack plate because that's what it is. Richard, a snack plate of blue ribbons, Richard. No, I do keep muting the microphone while I'm chewing away. No one wants to hear that. Lulu says, wow, you visited, when you visited family, you went to Sheffield. A lovely little place called Door. Oh, Lulu, I hope you remortgaged the house before you left. It's house prices go up 30% just for getting a Door postcode. The more the merrier says you spent a week in Milton Keynes once for training. It was interesting. Is Milton Keynes the one which has just got an unholy amount of roundabouts, or am I thinking of somewhere else? Tony, yeah, as soon as Phoenix sort of release everything out, because they've changed their deal with ProSim now, haven't they? Which is great. It means that we can actually access some of the screens and data, which is awesome. Lulu, you felt like an odd one out there with a generic US accent. I'll bet you did. Steph, you do get proper pints of bitter, not just in Barnsley, but in Yorkshire in general. Steve, funnily enough, yes, just what we're talking about. Steve says, shame the Phoenix doesn't have third-party hardware. Well, they are going to be doing soon, Steve, with new licensing with ProSim. It's going to be doable. Yep. So, Scalari products should be fine. Oh, Dark Fury, quite right too. What the hell is a tea cake? It's a bread cake. Funnily enough, I know that the British are meant to be quite, you know, we're good for our bitter and our nice, warm English beer. Personally, can't stand the stuff. No. I'm happy with a lager, a Budweiser, or even a cider. Hey Raptor, good to see you. So I think now we're pretty much almost halfway through the flight now. Scottish Rebels, they're not called tea cakes, they're bread cakes, and you are quite right. Bacon on a bread cake is awesome. With butter as well, yeah. I like it. Some people don't like the breads being buttered when having a bacon sandwich. My wife doesn't, but I do. I like the butter melting. But I don't put anything on it. I don't want to ruin it with tomato sauce or brown sauce or HP sauce. What is that? Leon Perrins. Well, you know, Nick, you know what route we're about to go down. It's got to be Hendo's. It has to be Henderson's Relish. I need a Henderson's Relish livery. I will fly that. Gotta love Henderson's Relish. Lulu says, my wife is as stubborn as anyone I've ever met, but she's organised and efficient. It'd be a complete bridge troll with that. So, I don't know what you're on about, Lulu. I've never met a stubborn woman in my life. From Barnsley. Or Yorkshire in general. Much. Lewis Palace says he loves the Phoenix. He's very good at doing Ryanair landings on it. Or pulling the stick too far back and floating. Yeah, it is a bit of a balancing act. But practice makes perfect. You will get used to it. So this is the point. We're pretty much halfway now. So yeah, we've got the Greek Isles on the right, and I would imagine we're going to get some Turkish land over here on the left, just flying down the coast of Turkey. Scottish Rebels is a chippy on Donouth Road. I know Donouth Road. Thing is though, if I'm going for fish and chips, I can't be bothered to drive anywhere. I'll just walk to the local chippy, wherever that is. Tamix, should you flash the firmware with Mobi or wait for the firmware updates on Mini-FCU so you can work it fully with the Phoenix? So I did a video recently just showing how to, this was pre-version 2, Block 2 of course, showing how the Mini-FCU works with it, but the moment you flash it with that so you can fly with the Phoenix, it then doesn't automatically work with like the fly-by-wire aircraft and the headwind aircraft, so you have to reset the box, which is fine, it's easy to do. You literally don't use Mobify and then you just reset the hardware and it's fine. Personally for me, I don't even look at the digits. When I'm controlling the FCU, I'm not looking at these over here or on my physical Mini FCU unit. I'm looking down here. I'm looking at the private flight display to see the speed or the heading that I'm selected. So yeah, I'm not using them. So I just wait personally. Each into their own, but yeah, I just wait it out. Okay, I'm just going to do a little direct here. I'm going to go direct to Okisa. What was that? Master caution. That's okay. I'll disregard that in a minute. Okay, cancel master caution. And disregard, clear recap. Obi, is there a shutdown video? Do you know what? I never got around to doing a shutdown video in the Phoenix, but there is. If you watch the fly-by-wire shutdown at the gate video, it's exactly the same. So, yeah. Lulu, you suffer from long-haul pilotitis. You're good at doing one specific thing, sitting for hours with the autopilot engaged. But useless at every other critical life skill. I'm very good at that. I suffer from something similar. Oh, Sean. Well, let's collate a list. Sean says the one thing he's never understood is how in Britain there can be so many different names for what we call, in Scotland, a roll. A bread roll. You've seen it referred to as a bap, a butty, bread cake, a bam, a roll. Can anyone think of any other names? Give me your definitive list. By the way, it's a bread cake. A bun, yes, of course. A cob. Good shout, Richard and David. I am actually eating a brioche as we speak. And I stopped buying the chocolate ones because the kids just got mess everywhere. Trying to think of another word in the English language which has got so many different geographical variations, like the bread roll, the tea cake, the bun, the bap, bread cake, balm. I can't think of another item in the UK language that has got so many different words, and I'm not talking about American equivalents. Mr. Holder, whenever you take off with Phoenix, you have difficulty controlling the speed without autopilot. Plane exceeds 250 knots below 100 feet. What are you doing wrong? Probably not rotating enough to begin with, Mr. Holder. Yeah, lift the aircraft nose up and that will keep your speed down. Also, make sure you put the... I mean, you say that you're not doing it without the... It happens when you've not got the autopilot. So to be fair, the autopilot should always... The auto thrust, not autopilot, two different things. Auto thrust should always really be on. That's pretty much Airbus SOPs. Make sure that once you've passed sort of 1,000 feet above above the ground, or when the top left of the navigation of the primary flight display starts flashing to tell you to select flex, then you move the thrust levers back into the flex gate. Otherwise, you're right. If you leave it at toga power, you are going to go far too fast and overspeed pretty quickly. So our speed, our arrival time is now 14:45. I don't like the way that this is creeping up. I need to get this back down. Somehow we've gained sort of 10-15 minutes. We're not going to spend long on the ground in Marsa anyway, because, well, one, it's not a very big airport. So we shouldn't get lost when we get there. Nathan, bacon rolls and ways of being drunk. Drunk. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Trolleyed. Other words that I probably can't use here on a nice family-friendly channel, but yeah. Drunk, trolleyed, inebriated, comatose, sloshed. That's a good one. Sloshed. Is that just a Yorkshire one? Does anyone else use that one? Hammered. That's a good shout, that, Nathan. How many words can we come up with for being drunk? Clean answers only, please. Blotted. Mullered. I don't know that one. Wrong way. Not come across that one before. Plastered. Obi, that's a great one. Sozzled. Yeah. I'm loving these. Inebriated. Lubricated. That means something different to me. Steaming, gazeboed. Honestly, this is an education. Half of these I've never thought of being used for describing someone who's drunk. Yeah, no, Lex, I don't want those ones. But I do know the ones you're on about. Faced and hold spring to mind. Pickled, that's a good one. Though I can't say I've ever used it. Oh my god, that stinks. So, I'm having a pepperoni pizza bun as part of my snack plate. That really does reek of salami. Wasted, yeah. Dark, what's that? Cattered? Cattered? I don't even know how to pronounce that, let alone ever heard of it. Bladdered, of course, don't forget that one. Gattered? That must be a London thing, Nick. Never heard of gattered before. Kokozu, I have heard of it, yeah. Time will tell what that's like. Rat-faced? Yes, Dwyle, I have heard of that one. There's also another faced one as well, which we'll not use. Unresponsible. I think they're irresponsible, no doubt. 3 sheets to the wind, yes, that is a good one. In trouble when he gets home. Well, it depends if they're married. It is indeed half the price of the mini FCU, but we'll see what quality is like. RD, yep, we've got Izmir, we've got Turkey down there. In fact, that might be Izmir there. We'll just see the airport. There it is. Lewis Ballard, welcome to our First Officers Club. Thank you so much for joining the channel membership, supporting the channel. Make sure you get yourself on the Discord server as well and into the members lounge. Oh, Dark, that one's awesome. Away with the Fairies. How family friendly is that? Away with the Fairies. You've got to wonder how some of these phrases actually come about, don't you? Mr. Holder, mate, thank you so much for the £5 donation as well, supporting the channel here on our 40,000 special sub flight. Really appreciate that, Mr. Holder. Very generous of you. Glad to have you with us today on board. So yeah, this is a flight to Easyjet's most southerly destination. It's just a bit further south than the Canary Islands. Ms. Holden, whenever you take off in the Phoenix, you have difficulty controlling the speeds. Oh yeah, so, sorry, I thought I'd answer this before. What I would recommend, Mr. Holden, is make sure, one, that you're rotating enough. Because if you just rotate, you know, very slowly, then you need to increase the angle of attack a little bit. Get it to sort of, you know, between 5-7.5 degrees pitch. And then you're going to start climbing. That's going to hold your speed down. But the main thing is as well, remember that once you need to follow the flight directors, sort of these hang on, follow the flight directors, keep the green cross in the center, yeah, and The other thing is then, once you're 1,000 feet above ground level, what you'll normally find is up here, Manflex will start to thrust reduction altitude. It will start to flash up here, at which point you need to move this back into the climb detent. So you'll see sail flashing up there. Because if you keep it at toga power or flex power, then you're going to overspeed pretty quickly. Well, yeah, we did touch on that one. Lewis says, thank you for the vids, they have helped. Thought I'd sub before, but subbing now joining in with the Discord as well. Yeah, get yourself into the, definitely get yourself into that members lounge. That's a strange reflection of the horizon. Obi, you want to explain the throttles for descending after top of descent? Don't do anything, Obi. The great thing about the Airbus is with the thrust, which I know coming from Boeing can easily confuse people. So the moment you set either toga power or flex, depending on how you take it off, either with full power or derated power, the moment you select one of those, auto thrust is instantly turned on automatically. And then the only thing you'll need to do once you're 1,000 feet, when you're the thrust reduction altitude, it'll flash up here and tell you to set thrust reduction. Then you move it to the climb gate, CL, and then after that, we do not touch the thrust levers again because autopilot's on. Unless your unless your auto thrust, not autopilot, unless auto thrust fails for whatever reason, in which case you're going to be very unlucky, you don't touch these thrust levers again until we're about 30 feet above the ground. So you don't need to do anything in your descent or anything like that. You just don't touch those thrust levers. They're simply for show until you're 30 feet above the ground. Richard said, last couple of flights is done, the Phoenix autopilot is disconnected. Right, well there was an issue when Block 2 first got released, and it was disconnecting when it shouldn't have. They've now fixed that with the update, so hopefully that won't happen again. Nathan, so is this also the longest flight done on the 320? Oh, no, Nathan, this isn't the longest flight, no. A much longer flight would be another real world Easyjet Ops, which is something like Edinburgh down to Cairo or Sharm el-Sheikh, something like that. They're almost coming up close to sort of 6 hours. Which pilots will do in a day. They'll go there, half an hour on the ground, turn around, come back. Shift done. Nolex says he enjoys manual thrust when landing. Nice to keep the skills sharp. That's something I don't do. I'm not a Lufthansa pilot. So Lulu, yeah, Lufthansa have it off. I think Eurowings have it off. I don't know if you need to with Eurowings. I think it's just discretion. But EasyJet, keep it on. Maximum amount of automation at all times when it's safe to do so. I don't know what British Airways do. But I don't know. I guess I'll always be on the mindset that an autopilot can fly the aircraft and respond to external conditions far quicker than the human can. And they just can. It's just a matter of fact. There's no delay in the response. It's just boom. Look at things like ground speed mini. Nathan, you must go into FTP into discretion often with those. Well, I think they're very clever as well about the time that they actually plan those flights, because I don't know if you're in the business, but you'll know that you can fly for longer if your shift starts at a certain time of the day, whereas if your shift starts sort of really late at night, you can't. I forget the exact rules, but it all depends on. It's trying to keep you out of the point of circadian low, isn't it? Richard says he already has sarcastic lows. Vino, what do I think of the expansion pack prices? It depends what expansion packs you're talking about, Vino. Lemon, do I think the A320 would make Heathrow JFK? Nope. in a word. Even if you're empty, you're not going to make that. You might, and you wouldn't do this in real life, but you might be able to make JFK to Heathrow with nothing on board other than fuel. And I say that way around because the jet stream's in your favour. You know, good jet stream will help you out there. But yeah, other than that, you need the A321, and of course the XLR and that's coming up. Vino, the Phoenix. The 319, 321. I still think the Phoenix for 50 quid is a steal. I don't think the expansion packs are going to be expensive in the slightest. They'll charge 30. Hell, they could charge 50 quid for each. They'd still be well worth the money. I mean, what does everybody else think? I've often said, and this is not just because I was a beta tester for the Phoenix aircraft when it first came out, but I've often said that the Phoenix aircraft for me is the best payware aircraft in terms of cost for what you're getting for your money, your bang for your buck. What do you guys think? And while you answer that, I'm just going to slurp my tea because it's going cold. Nolex Dan, depends on my definition of best. Well, not Boeing, obviously. Only kidding. Best is in the systems depth that you're getting for your money. Nathan, the Outmax FTP is about 13 hours, 6 hours there, 6 hours back, how of turnaround. Yeah, you'll be fine. Of course, if you're going to go into discretion, that is at your discretion, isn't it? The problem is when the pilots say, yeah, we're fine, and one of the cabin crew starts to kick off and go, yeah, I'm not doing it. And then you're like, oh come on, just play nice. I want to go home. Well, Phoenix concept there, saying the flyby A380 looks outstanding, especially for freeware. Well, then we're getting into a different realm of add-ons, aren't we? So, the best freeware to ever exist for flight simulators, the Zebo mod, which I have absolutely zero experience with. I can only tell you what people have told me. It's a Boeing aircraft, so I absolutely wouldn't know how good it is. And of course, the fly-by-wire A320X. I don't know which of those two is best. Has anyone flown both of those? They're obviously both for different platforms as well, so it might be difficult to compare. Oh, the majestic Dash 8 on an FSX in those days. Yeah, I guess I remember that. I could never fly that damn thing. Well, no, I could. Sorry, I could fly it. I could never land it. Not smoothly, but then again, the real one doesn't ever land smoothly, does it? Richard, you developed a routine of flying outbound in the Phoenix and back in the fly-by-wire. That's an interesting way of doing things. Lemon says he has flown both, and he'd go for the Zebo. That is interesting. I'd love to know some more on that, Lemon. What's the Zebo do that the fly-by-wire doesn't? I know it's different aircraft, it's even different platforms, but just curious. Talking about systems depth. Evil Cookie, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to reserve judgment because I know nothing either, so I can't really comment on that. Dren, this is indeed the Phoenix A320. You are quite right. Yep. Oh God, what's gone wrong? Oh no, stupid side stick fault. Disregard, cancel. Oh, when you return to the cockpit after looking at the views and see a fault there, it's bit of a heart attack moment. Okay, well, we can now jump up a couple of 1,000 feet. So, I'm going to do that, and hopefully, we'll save a bit of fuel, get there a bit faster. So, thrust climb, open climb, 370 blue. Might save a bit of time. Lemon says it's more of a complete aircraft, that's why the fly-by-wire Neo in comparison with the Zebo feels a little incomplete. I mean, like I said, Lemon, I can't compare because I've never flown the Zebo mod. But anybody else ever flown both? Very curious to hear. Vito, how much flight time is left? We should be on the ground in a couple of hours. And if we're not, my kids will be very upset. My wife even more so. Dren, am I having problems with the autopilot? Yours wouldn't activate. The first thing to check, so the first thing that you need to look at, if you're hammering away at the autopilot button and it's not turning on, make sure you look down here and see if there's anything flashing here. If you've got Toga Lock or Alpha Floor or something displayed here, you're not going to be able to engage the autopilot because the speed, the angle of attack protections have kicked in. And your Toga thrust, and you can't engage it until you're out of those protections because your speed's dropped too low. Once you're out of that, then you'll be able to engage autopilot and it'll be fine. Lemon, did I fly? No, I never did. Hey Gav from Birmingham, hope you're doing well. Vito, you scared the 777 will change everything? What if it's better than the Phoenix? Doubtful. Not saying it won't be great, I think it will be, but it's a completely different ball. It's a completely different aircraft. airliner market. Right, so we're now flying over a large patch of water. So let's go to our equitime point page. And we're going to put in LTBS. Which airport is that? I know it's a major airport, but I forgot which one it is. And is it Cairo? So basically we just want to put our equitime point halfway between the two here, which is quite nice because we've got Cyprus, we've got Paphos just off to the west, sorry, to the east of us as we go. So as we're flying over a body of water, it's just nice to have a midpoint between those two, in case, you know, something goes wrong or we have to land somewhere quickly. And that's Mac Alt Cruise again. That's fine. Picked up a bit more tailwind as well as we climbed, so that's even better. Dalaman, thank you, Wasp. Couldn't remember which one it was. Dren, so everything should be in the green and the prime in order to be able to activate the autopilot. Not always green. Some can be blue as they're armed. But the best thing, Dren, is if you're unfamiliar with the Airbus, do take make yourself a cup of tea. Get a couple of hours to yourself and watch through and even maybe fly alongside the playlist on the channel, which is the full A320 tutorial. It's broken down into about 5 or 6 videos, from cold and dark at the gate, setting it up, taxiing, takeoff, cruise, landing preparation, and then of course landing itself. Lulu says, if anyone needs guidance on the 777, let me know on Discord. Have most of the training and relatively current operational data. Lulu, you obviously don't have to answer this, Lulu. Did you fly it, or were you? Did you work on it? Oh, is it in 7 parts? Fair enough. Tony Mullingo, the A300 from Innobuilds. Tony, I would pull that trigger, but I'd pull it now. Use the link at the top of the chat, because if you buy that, use the link, and if you buy the A300 and also pick up the new Rockford Airport from Chicago, in Chicago, that's just come out as well, using that link, you get 15% off. You get 15% off that aircraft, off the A300, which is just, you know, it's a great deal. Oh, Lulu, so you did fly it and now you're medically retired. Well, I can't imagine what that's like. I hope that you're fine with that. But that almost sounds like a bit of a forced retirement, which I'm not going to delve into anymore. But what an aircraft to fly. I'm obviously an Airbus fan, Lulu, but, you know, I do appreciate the 777, because let's face it, it's a far better aircraft than the 737. I am old enough as well to remember when the 777 first came out. I mean, I was very young. I was about 10, maybe 10, 11. When did it first fly, the 777? I can't remember. Was it early 90s? So Lulu, what this means is, when the 777 comes out, you're going to be getting a lot of messages from me. If we ever decide to try and take that out on the channel. Like, Lulu, make sure you're here. Lemon says he prefers the 7576, but that's you. I mean, they're cargo aircraft now, aren't they, mostly, Lemon? What's the name of that next waypoint? Unfit. Feels like me. Unfit. Okay, so we'll do a fuel check then in 5 minutes or so, make sure that we're not burning off too much. We're looking to land with about 3 tons of fuel on board when we get there, so that's fine. That's enough for a go around and another go. I don't have time for a go around and another go. We need to... I'm going to have to suffer from get there-itis today. Oh, Lemon, you love cargo ops. Yeah, have you got the Airbus 300 then from Inables? Because that is great for cargo. Richard, as an Airbus fan, you appreciate the look of the 757, the flying pencil. Yeah, long and stretched. Vino, will you ever get a face review? I'll put the occasional photo up in the VIP room. I've got a face that's far better for radio than telly, let me tell you. So Lulu then, transitioning over from a 777 to an A320. One, I think you're going to like it because it's the easier way around of doing things. I think anyway. I've tried to look at the 737 and I just have palpitations when I stare at that flight deck. So you've got us on Discord, mate. Drop us a message and help you as and wherever we can when that time starts. Aviation says, Lulu, you'll love the 777 when it's released. The problem is, Aviation, if you've done it in real life for so long, you'd probably be bored. Give him something different, a new challenge. Plus which, the thing with 777s, if you're going to fly them realistically, you're going to be doing long flights. That is why I quite like the 757. Because the 757 is, you know, you can do an Atlantic crossing in it, or you can do a European shuttle run. In fact, British Airways, I remember years ago, they used to run the 757 from Manchester to Heathrow. I think they only did it once a day, and they used I think they were using 737s back then. But yeah, I remember thinking, 757, that's a really cool aircraft to fly on such a short route. Oh, Wasp, that's interesting. So he says he's going on a big holiday in April. Singapore, Cairns, Fiji, LA, Heathrow. And he's planned all his flights on Airbus aircraft. Even though some trips would have been cheaper with carriers using Boeing. Any particular reason for that, Wasp? Is it because you love aircraft? Love the Airbus aircraft? Nathan, you replace all 75s with 321s. Yeah? I mean, 75s is great aircraft, but slowly having its day now, isn't it? Still living the good life as a cargo aircraft. No, like says you'd love to fly the 747 before they eventually get retired. So what's the plan then? Is it is it KLM or Lufthansa? Chris Morgan's good morning. Nick says he likes the doors to stay closed. Stop it. Richard, Jet 2 did have 757s until recently, that's right. Have 74 stopped flying? Have KLM stopped flying their 747s now? Because they still flew them for a while, didn't they? I don't know. They've probably stopped now. But Lufthansa definitely fly them. I know for a fact Lufthansa fly them because I see them every day when I go and stand on the deck, just flying straight over the top of us. Me and my lad would stand there and we'll look at. Well, we used to look at them as we were walking. George, God bless him. And we'd look up, we'd see obviously the wide body, the 4-engine contrail, and think, go on then, are we Lufthansa or is it an A380? Most of the time it was a Lufthansa. Oh, Chris, wow. Flew a United 747 SP. There can't be anybody else in the chat that's ever flown on a 747 SP. I know no one that's flown one of those. They were primarily for sort of like the Japanese market, weren't they? Loads of people, but short journeys. Lewis said, did it across the pond Sunday, Manchester to Orlando. Seemed like a great idea at the start till we saw 9 hours of flight time left. Oh, Richard, you have Sydney to LA when Qantas had a couple. Toby, how can you get more performance on the Phoenix? Tough question. Lowering the settings generally tends to do it. Vito, why don't I use frame gen? It's just not something I've looked into at the minute. Only so many hours in the day that I can dedicate to PC maintenance and things. Sean, yeah, KLM definitely don't use the the Airbus. Oh, bloody neck. Sean, I'll start again. KLM definitely don't use the Boeing 747s going into St. Martin anymore, do they? Because, yeah, they stopped that a while ago, but man, that must have been awesome to do. Aviate, you got to see the flight deck of the 747 when flying Heathrow to, is that Singapore? At 36,000 feet in those good old days. Yes. Easy Dream Player, will you stream with the A350 before it will release? I don't know, Easy. Maybe. Toby, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. And Toby, we're off to Marsa Alam in Egypt. Easyjet's most southern destination. At some point we ought to look at the arrival and sort ourselves out, but we're alright at the minute. In fact, one thing I will look at, I'll put my cup of tea down, just see what that arrival looks like. Does it look like, I imagine it to come in from the north and then we turn eastbound on the approach, so let's check that out. No, actually that is not what I expected the approach to look like. We'll have to have a look at that. Try that. That looks a bit better. We'll dig the charts out in a bit. I'm in no real hurry at the moment to sort that out. We've got no ATC on. Can we see Cyprus in the distance? That's not it, is it? No. No, surrounded by water at the minute. Nothing down there either. Sun starting to dip in the sky now as we head down there. Sean, did a quick search. Manchester to Hurghada is EasyJet's longest route. Do they not do Hurghada from any of the Scottish airports? I thought they did. Easy Dream Player, you may be right. You may be right. Obviously, we can't confirm anything yet, but at some point, hopefully, it'd be nice to check that out, wouldn't it? Mockbell, for some reason the E-Tops is in amber when you select the EasyJet airframe in SimBrief. Are you flying somewhere you shouldn't be in the A320 bypassing any safe places. $14:39, that's the planned arrival time. You know, this should work really well for my own personal schedule. Aviate, what will the charters look like once Phoenix release them? Have they shared any screenshots? I can't remember if they have or not. Right, let me just do a quick fuel check then. So we've just passed Vanza. So according to our operational flight plan at Vanza, we should have, how long have we been flying for? 2 hours 53. So at Vanza we should have about 4.8 tons. With the extra we should have about 5.8 tons. Yeah, fuel's fine. Fuel's looking good. Captain Q, you found out how to add them in the fit. Excellent. Yeah, the documentation's all there, isn't it, on the Phoenix website, so it should make it pretty straightforward. Dan, do I owe you failures? Surely we've redeemed some of those. I'm enjoying a nice cup of tea. I'm sat over the middle of whatever sea this is called. Pacific, I don't know. It's still the Mediterranean, I think, isn't it? The Mediterranean's a big sea. And you don't want to wreck my aircraft, do you? Samak, thank you for the congratulations. And Sean, they do fly Edinburgh to Hurghada. Yeah, I think we have done that flight, you know, Sean. I think back when COVID was a thing and no one was doing anything, I think we did it as one of our long-haul Friday flights. I'm almost certain that we did. I reckon if you search back on the channel, you'll find that. But yeah, they do Edinburgh down to Hurghada, however you want to pronounce it. This flight they do, so if anyone else wants to fly to Amsterdam, then they fly here from Berlin, Naples, and also Milan. Just have a look at some of the other routes. So it's going to be a close contest, that, in terms of the longest flight, because they also fly from Glasgow down to Hurghada as well. Sharm el Sheikh's Manchester, so that's probably not quite as far. Cairo, they do Luton. Yeah, that's not as far. So there's a few long options, 4 or 5 hour flights there. Richard, yeah, that's a cup of tea on my tray table. Easy Dream Player, when do you fly with the Phoenix version 2? The same as you did previously, Easy. So best thing I can do, because every landing is different, I can't say, right, at 30 feet you flare all the time, 30 feet, that's it. And this is how much you pull back. You can't do that because everyone is just so different. But there is a video on my channel which looks at how and when to flare. And it looks at different things. So whether you've got a headwind, whether you've got a tailwind, whether you've got crosswinds, you know, all that kind of stuff. Because they all make a difference. No, Lex, that is a very good point. It is a good point, to be fair. Toby, do I fly with the 737? No. Samet, am I looking forward to the 777? And am I going to fly it? Someone asked me this earlier. Samet, was I going to fly it? Undecided. Yes, Nolex, Dan. Listen to Sean. They're random failures. Doesn't mean they're going to happen. You better not have jinxed it then now. Lewis, which brand tea? Well, considering the conversation we had earlier about where I'm from, anyone who knows the answer to this, don't answer it. But which brand of tea do you think I'm drinking? And extra kudos if you know which flavour. Earl Grey, Nick, be quiet. Punjabi tea. PG Tips. I was drinking PG Tips at the weekend, but I was in a hotel and that's all they got, so. Of course it's Yorkshire tea. What flavour? Tell me what flavour I'm drinking. Ooh, Tetley's. I don't think I've had Tetley's for a long time. I am now eating a chocolate bar though, so if you really want to guess what chocolate bar I'm eating, then go ahead. Might have to mute the microphone for this though. Who's just asked if there's only one flavour of Yorkshire tea? Oh my word, there's dozens. And remember, our firm favourite was the jam and toast flavoured tea. The more the merrier, says he actually imports Yorkshire tea in 3 kilogram bags. My God, that must be a lot of tea. We've got jam and toast tea, we've got biscuit tea, there's breakfast tea. I don't know if they do a nighttime tea. I was actually drinking biscuit tea today though. Manic Mima, it's not a Wispy. Runway, it's not a Yorkie. Wasp, it's not a club. It's not a Kit Kat either, Nathan. Ah, Wasp has got it. That's why I had to mute the microphone, because it's very loud to eat. Yes, it's a crunchy. I keep buying these and the kids keep nicking them. Actually, I don't think it's the kids, I think it's my wife. But that's fine. She works hard. Right, have we got Egypt in sight yet? Not quite. Captain, it'd be cool if Easyjet also had IE engines. I don't know, each airline just... They get what they get, don't they? Get what they want to pay for. Hey, DH Sweden, hello. Mark, is that a biscuit? Alright, chocolate bar. Fair enough. Revisit. At the moment, I'm not saying anything because I have no information on it, other than what you guys have got. So we'll wait and see what happens. Hubert, hello. Hope you're doing well. Mark's feeling scammed. Is it really that bad? What did I call it a biscuit? And it's not. It's a chocolate bar. I do apologise. You are right. I was wrong. It's a bit different to the A320 quiz, isn't it? Normally we get technical A320 questions. On today's flight, you're getting guess which biscuit the captain's eating for tea or for dinner, lunch. See, that's another thing. I up here in Yorkshire, our evening meal, it's tea time. We have tea. Everywhere else in the UK, I think they call it dinner time. We call dinner lunch. Oh, Lewis, you agree. It's breakfast, dinner and tea. Yeah. Is it tea time in Liverpool as well, Tony? That's good to know. Nolex, back below 4. I forgot Nolex. What were you doing? Whinging about the PM, the ping last night. Don't want to be disturbed. Put your phone on silent. Scottish Rebels lunch is also called dinner. It is for, yeah, we have breakfast, dinner, tea. What are you going to have for dinner? Well, I'm not having a big dinner because I'm going to have a big tea, or vice versa. Tony, you see the Phoenix spawns with no undercarriage sometimes. It does, Tony, but that's only in the that is only in that sort of cinematic shot at the opening. When you jump into the actual aircraft, it's fine. Steve says in Hampshire they still call it lunch and tea time. Oh, this is getting a bit more traction than I thought. I thought it was literally just a Yorkshire thing that we called it tea. Dan said, oh, did we annoy Mrs. Dan? She woke up, said, put it on silent. I know. My phone's always on silent. I miss so many messages. Tell you what though, Dan, your notification sounds must be absolutely epically loud to wake her up. An earthquake wouldn't wake my missus up if she were fast asleep. Angus, have you found a way to stop the GSX popping up when Phoenix automatically selects the option? No, Angus, I've not. So just have to kind of ignore it for now. Right, we're now flying sidewards with a nice 80 knot crosswind. There's a bit of a tailwind as well, so that's helpful. Oh, Sean, supper is an entirely different kettle of fish. But I think supper for everyone else is... Some people I know call like their evening meal supper. I know it's not. Supper is what you have before you go to bed, eating all the food that you probably shouldn't. Dan, she can sleep through her Snapchat notification sounds, but when well, that's good to know that I'm far louder, bigger and better than Snapchat. Oh, that's what we got at the moment. Probably got about 2.5 hours endurance, which is good because we're going to be on the ground in about 1 hour and 10. Oh, Obi, what about brunch? Oh, what about, yeah, brunch, but also known as around these parts, 11s, which sounds a little bit too posh for me. I never call it that. I always call it brunch. But yeah, 11s. And then, of course, we just have wine o'clock. Hey, Jess Davis. Good to see you. You remember being there at the 10,000. That seems like ages ago now, doesn't it? Did we do the day in the life for that? We could have done something similar for this, I suppose, but... Yeah, a day in the life is alright, but it's just so busy. Remember as well, guys, we are doing a giveaway later on of Salamasan Airport as we're coming. What did I just call that? That place doesn't exist. Yeah. Giveaway of Marsa Airport when we get there. And I've not seen it yet, so it'll be interesting to check that out when we land. Where is Marsa Sweden? It is in Egypt. Yeah. Down in Egypt. Oh, we're about to pass my favourite sandwich. For those of you that get the reference. Dan, you get in trouble for just existing. Right, well, Egypt is in sight, and we're going to get some gorgeous views of Egypt. We fly straight over Cairo as well, so it'll be interesting to see what's down there. Hopefully, it's not too much cloud cover. It'd be nice to check it out. Elliot, you'd rather just have the bacon. Yeah, don't blame you. I don't mind a full bacon, lettuce and tomato, but yeah, just a bacon sandwich. No sauce. In a bread cake. Hey, Bacchius, good afternoon to you. Hope you're doing well. Elliot, the L&T is just foliage. What time do you have to dash off, Elliot? You've not got a drive time show to prep for. Dan, is Queen Elliot still the Easyjet points leader? I have no idea. You'd have to fire up the bot and have a look. Elliot, the plumber has fitted the new shower, thankfully. You're not on the air until 4 PM. Oh, and it's only a 2-minute drive away. Oh, that's alright. Do you not have to go in like at 11 o'clock and start prepping? Or do you just wing it? Nick, I'm surprised you're not flying alongside us today, mate. Right, let's have a look at the leaderboard. Thank you, Nick. So in number 1, yeah, Elliot is still the points leader. ATC Swede comes up in 2nd. Liana is in 3rd. Eastbirds is in 4th. How is he still in 4th? I've not seen him for ages. Aviate in 5th, back is 6th, Nick in 7th, oh, Peter slipped down to 8th, Chris in 9th, and Bobby G is in 10th. Lewis, both your jobs are working through bank holidays and Christmas. Hopefully you do get some time off soon though. Nick, you woke up late. You bought the scenery last night as well. Why didn't you just take off from, I don't know, from somewhere in Turkey? Or you could have taken off from Budapest. Or load the sim up now and take off from Cairo. Christian, you're off to enjoy your virtual layover. Fair enough, enjoy, Christian. Cairo director is on. Sadly, he's only controlling up to 245, so that's not going to affect us. Right then, guys, I am just going to nip back to the galley, get my other cup of tea, which I made earlier in a flask, so it should still be nice and warm. Use the facilities, and then we're going to start looking at our arrival stuff, because we're about an hour and a bit away, so time to start looking at the landing performance calculations, check out the charts for the arrival, do an arrival brief, and, oh yeah. So, I'll be back in 5, guys. Oh, well that's blooming frustrating. So, apparently Amazon delivered something today about 10:30, which is just while we were climbing out. Left behind our wheelie bin. Well, I'm telling you now, mate, if it is, someone's nicked it. And if they have nicked it, they're going to be very disappointed because it was only some sauce for us tea. Tea, yeah? Dinner. And I can't find anywhere on Amazon where I can yell at them and go, where? Bet they've left it at the wrong address. But yeah, I've just been outside looking all around to see if I can find the damn thing. What's more, the package is small enough to fit through the letterbox and they've not bothered with that. Oh, that's really annoyed me. Oh, but is it in the bin? Well, I will go and check that again. I had another parcel in the bin earlier on, but I don't think so. Scottish, no photo of delivery location on the Amazon account. I'm just looking, I can't see anywhere where they would actually put a photo on. Maybe it's because I'm looking at it on my phone rather than a PC or something like that. I'm going to have to go and have a look properly once we've landed. Yeah, but that annoys me. It was a bulgogi sauce, which is like a Korean sauce, which is really nice with noodles and chicken. And what's really frustrating is all of the kids love it. It's quite a salty sauce, but all the kids love it. And it's so rare that I actually find a meal that all the family like. So I'm going to be very well annoyed if that's gone astray. It might be in the bin, but I'll have a look in a bit. Right, where are we? Are we over Cairo yet? Ah, straight in front of us. Cairo, down there somewhere. Looks like a bit of cloud cover in the way, which is a bit of a shame. Eurotex says my wife has her name tributed on the side of an Amazon truck. Is she called Alexa by any chance? It's not bin day, Nick. No, that's not until Wednesday. No, Thursday. Put them out Wednesday night. I keep forgetting to do it, you know. I never had a problem before. And I'm telling you now, it's my first officer's fault. He's gone and left me. And on his evening walk, I would always put the bins out. Well, now I don't have to do that. So, I keep waking up early Thursday morning thinking, oh, shoot, I need to run out and do those. The thing is, as well, back here, keep a close eye out for the driver. What's really frustrating is I know for a fact no one will have nicked it. We live on a really, quiet estate. It's not a through road. No one ever comes down here. We love it. We leave the kids' bikes out. Probably shouldn't. And to be fair, it's only an old bike. In fact, I keep praying for it to be nicked because he's got a new one and it'll save me a job of skipping it. But nothing ever gets taken from down here. Right, what's our landing weight going to be? Lulu, GPU came in yesterday, rest arriving tomorrow. You building it yourself as well then? Yeah. So, landing weight is going to be 7, 8, 9, 60, 61 tons. Wind 00, yes, wind 0109, so that's going to be runway 33, bit of a crosswind landing as well in for us today. Okay, so first of all, checking that first of all, just checking. Sorry, something's really confusing me there. Just have a look at the runway. Look at the wind direction. The arrow is pointing the wrong way for the crosswind. Is that right, or am I just being completely... am I having a senior moment? Wrong way. Amazon posted one of the packages through next door's letterbox and they just got on holiday for 2 weeks. Oh no. Yeah, I'm pretty certain the wind's going to be from the right as we land. Oh, hang on. I've just realised I am having a senior moment because we're not. You're just getting a picture of a nice image rather than my tablet. Right, should we try that again? There you go, guys. Have a look at that. Now tell me what you make of that. Right or left, it makes little difference to our stopping distance. Our landing distance required is less than that available, so a thrust idle is going to be fine for our landing. That's the main thing. But I'm pretty certain if the wind is 010 at 9, the wind is not going to be coming from the left as well, landing on runway 33. Anyway, main thing is the flaps 3 landing is going to be our plan. That's it now. Over Egypt, literally over Cairo. In fact, we just have a nip outside. Can we see much of Cairo? Oh wow, yeah, we've got the airport. Literally underneath us as we fly straight over it. Doesn't look very busy down there, does it? I can't see any aircraft. That's quite cool. Oh, side stick fault. Alright, let's set the box up, but before I do that, I want to just double check these charts as we're coming in. So we're going to be coming in here on the Cypriot arrival, so we want flight level 150 at top of descent. Initial growth rate 612. I think we've now got that in, haven't we? Yeah, 612. Where's 614? Oh, okay, yeah. So we're going to take in 612. Just show you then here. Coming in 612, 614. 3,000 feet at 614. And then 2,000 feet at 615, and that's where we start that descent. Okay. That looks fine. So yeah, we're just getting information off the charts now, and then we'll do a full proper briefing from start to finish in a moment. So platform altitude's 2000 MSA. It's going to be 7.3 for the first little bit, then 2.4.4.2, so 4.2 for the main part. Weather and visibility is fine for our RNP approach coming in today. Oh, that's interesting. We've only got LNAV. LNAV minimums. $650. Interesting, it only gives LNAV minimums. We can still use final approach, but final approach mode. But yeah, those minimums are obviously higher than what it would be as if we've got LNAV and VNAV minimums. So final track is 326. Elevation's 233. We'll get the QNH in a bit as well. Missed approach, straight out right turn, no speed restrictions, and it is 5,000 feet. Let's have a look on the ground then. Not much on the ground, to be fair. So, a couple of little turning points there, that's useful. Information on the airport itself. 3-degree Pappies, 45 metres wide, that's fine. Don't think we're going to get off at Charlie, so it is going to need a little bit of backtracking. And then Charlie to the terminal. That's fine. All that then looks pretty straightforward. It's not a long runway as well, 3.2 kilometres, pretty much. Right, so now we've done all of that, let's just check the box itself. So our flight plan is set up correctly. Yep, that's fine. Ooh, were there any nav aids around? I don't think there was actually, was there? In fact, isn't there a VOR approach? There has to be a nav aid about. Yeah, it's a VOR approach. Not that we're using it. MAK. Okay, let's get that in. Uh, 1155. Make sure we get the right one. $275 miles as the crow flies. Let's get some information regarding the weather. In fact, I could probably get the weather from here, can't I? So what time's that? Oh, that was quite a while ago. 1 hour 51 minutes ago. Okay, wind 010 at 9. Temperature 23. Oh, that is a nice temperature. Not too hot, but just lovely, particularly in the sun. QNH 1015. And the minimums were 650. Flaps 3 for our landing. We like a flap 3 landing. Looking to land with just over 3 tons in the tanks. Landing weight has been calculated at 61 ton, and we're all set. Okay then, so are we all ready for a brief, and then we'll crack on. So, weather's fine coming in, no concerns there. Nice long runway, no concerns there. Aircraft's all working still, no concerns there. Now, let me just see the NOTAMs. Have we got NOTAMs on here? We've got NOTAMs, haven't we? Right, so taxiway Charlie is closed due to maintenance. 1st of March, so it expires the 30th. Right, okay, so taxiway Charlie is closed. That is going to affect our taxiing, actually, I think. Alright, so Bravo is our only option. 18, 19 and 20 are closed due to maintenance. Coordinate changes, yeah, not bothered about those. Alright, so that's our NOTAM. Bravo is to be used. So we're coming in Sibrey, arrival, Sibrey 1 Echo arrival, come in straight down from the north. Top of descent then, I'll select flight level 150. As we're coming down, MSA 7324 and then 42. We come in via the 612 initial approach fix, and the plan then is to be 3,000 feet mandatory at 614. In order to make sure that we adhere to that, in fact that's quite interesting, 10 miles to drop 3,000 feet. That is interesting. So we can drop lower than that if the weather's fine. If it was IMC, then we need to be 6,000 feet there. That is quite interesting, that. 10 miles to drop 3,000 feet, so we need to be on it in terms of our energy management. So realistically then, we want flaps 1 then, at least flaps 1, as we pass 612 at 6,000 feet. Down to 3,000 feet, that'll be flaps 2, 3,000 feet, and given that our final descent begins only 5 miles out, this is going to be a stabilized approach, not decelerated approach, so that means that we will have gear down flaps 3 as we leave 614, getting down to 2,000 feet. Activate final approach mode after checking GPS is all working fine, of course. So yeah, stabilised approach for our arrival today. We've already checked it's a nice 3-degree glide. Runway visibility range is fine. We've got LLAT nav minimum 650, so that's fine. Go around is straight ahead, then essentially it's a right hand turn and go around altitudes 5,000 feet. And then once we've landed, we're going to have to backtrack and taxi all the way back up to Charlie, as Bravo is closed. So threats and error management. Well, that is a big threat. 10 miles to just drop 3,000 feet. So that's why we're going to be flaps 1 as we get to 612 to get down. In fairness, we could get lower than 6,000 feet. That 6,000 feet is a minimum. No lower than 6,000 feet if it's, IMC conditions. ATC would probably give you clearance to descend below that, to be fair. The fact it's 6,000 feet, you're over the sea. You're not going to crash into anything, but hey-ho. As it is. It makes a bit more sense here, of course, if you're coming in from the west, because there is terrain there. So that is a little bit of a threat, the time we've got there. So keep an eye on our energy management. We'll probably drop down below the profile to help us slow down sooner. We've got terrain, obviously, then, as you can see, to the west of the airport. So there's that little threat. If anything goes wrong, we have to fly the aircraft in Cessna mode. Make sure we fly east and not west. The other threats, we've got no air traffic control, anything like that. So you know how I'm going to configure the kind of approach that we're doing. Final approach mode we're going to use. Platform altitudes 2,000 feet, no minimum speeds. We'll use auto brake low to stop the aircraft, and we're going to turn around on the runway. And we'll probably not get time for a single engine taxi in anyway, so That'll be fine. Fuel at the moment is about 2 hours endurance, so we're good because we should be on the ground in about 35 minutes or so. Alright, I'm happy. Anyone any questions? It's like they say to the guy sat next to them, you're all sat next to me at the minute. Any questions, anybody, regarding that brief? Other than that, I think we're good. Lewis, I'm looking forward to Maxwell flights in 2024. Yes and no. I want to see what it's going to be like. I look forward to it as long as it works out the box. And that's the thing, isn't it? Will it work out the box? What do we need to have to make it look better? Will seasons be included automatically? Do we not need Rex Accu seasons anymore? Will the Phoenix work perfectly? Will the fly-by-wire work perfectly? The headwind, all of those. Lewis, for flare, would it be easier with a flap 3 than a flap full? So we've got quite a bit of a headwind today, so flaps 3, your nose is going to be pitched up. I mean, check out the comparison. There's a video on my channel as well showing the difference between flap 3 and flap full, when to use what and what the differences are. So with the flaps 3, your nose is up anyway, pretty similar to this, maybe a little bit higher to be fair. So you're not going to need to flare that much. Just a gentle hold on the side seat. You're certainly not going to have to yank it back as much as you would do with the flaps full landing. You'd need to be a bit more positive with that. Oggy, what are the 3 most features you'd like to see in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024? That is a great question. Can everybody answer that? Maybe not your top 3, but what feature would you like to see in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024? Brody says he flew to and from Paris in an Easyjet Neo. He was a very happy sim nerd. Tony wants weather radar, a proper weather radar. Yeah. QNH was 1015, wasn't it? Yeah, just checking that. Leanna, better user interface. I've never had a problem with the user interface, to be honest. I always thought it was quite nice. Brody, smarter air traffic control system for when you're not on VATSIM. Where it's going to be interesting to see, isn't it, what comes with things like beyond ATC, say intentions, etc. Eurosex, I'm going to have to go back, study LNAV versus LNAV VNAV notation again. You guess with LNAV there's no advisory guidance and you're required to refer to Barrow only. So you can still use use final approach mode. 3 hours 44 minutes in at the moment. You've got me checking that there though now. So RMPs with just LNAV minimums. Lock glide slope not available obviously. Final approach, yep, that's okay. Lock FPA, no. Nav FPA, yep. Track FPA, no. Hey, J-Hog. Brody, another feature in-game replay system. There is one, isn't there? But it's a bit rubbish. That's why I like using Sky Dolly. Arjun Singh, thank you for subscribing. Hey, German Flight Sims in the house. Hey, German, how you doing? J-Hug, can I guess what you're doing? Are you digging a hole in a garden? Oh, you're reinstalling Microsoft Flight Simulator. No one has ever installed Microsoft Flight Simulator more than you have, J-Hog. It's ridiculous. It really is. Right, we can finally see, after our long flight, top of descent. It's there. It's 50 miles out. Dinging, master caution, disregard, clear ecam. Really wish I knew how to stop that. Wow, that wind's really got up now. We've got a really strong tailwind, 119 knots behind us. German, can I explain what you're doing during the brake check? It used to be in the past, I'm not familiar with that because things have changed, but it used to be in the past that you used to have to watch sort of the pressure gauge on here. Now, I can't tell you any more information than that because I don't actually know what you were looking for on there, because you don't need to do that anymore. That was in older aircraft. Now all you're doing is when the aircraft starts to move, pilot flying would normally just check the efficiency of the brakes and check its of the normal braking system by just pressing the brake pedals to make sure that the aircraft does, you know, slow down. But that's it now. You're just literally testing the brakes to make sure that they work. Lewis, your last landing was 624 FPM. That might just need an inspection. to put it politely, you might need an inspection there. I am loving that view. I think that looks stunning. Last time then, just a reminder before we hit our top of descent, if you haven't done so already, please do hit the like button. Does help the channel as we help celebrating getting 40,000 subscribers. Make sure you check out the link as well in the video description and at the top of the chat to the merch store, Aviation aisle. Get yourself some wonderful aviation related gifts. And of course a reminder that Innobuilds are currently discounting the A300 cargo aircraft, which is wonderful. Really love flying that. I need to fly that a bit more on the channel. Might do that. You know what? I might do that tomorrow night. If time allows, we might fly a cargo flight tomorrow. Because I love that aircraft. It's a mixture between Airbus and Boeing, but it's still mainly Airbus. But yeah, use the link. Help support the channel as well. Not just for the A300, but anything you want to get from Innobuilds. If you use that link, you do support us, which is obviously very thankful if you do. Which airport's that down there then? That might be our alternate actually. I think that is the alternate. Hurghada. So many different pronunciations. But yeah. That's it, with the built up tourist area down here. Top of climb is top of descent. Sorry, is there. Alex, where am I based? I'm in Yorkshire. Lulu says, say what you want about the 777. Even makes the most mediocre pilot land like a sky god. Do you know, Lula, I was on it was British Airways 777. I landed at JFK in August, and I swear to God, both pilots, they touched down, and I swear to God, they both looked at each other and went, are we down? Because you couldn't feel it land. Like, honestly, there was no contact, there was nothing there. And I just for a moment, I'm like, are they going to balk this landing? Because it was so smooth. I had no idea if they'd touched down or not. So yeah, the tilted gear does indeed, as you say, make for easy landings. We'll find out how that works when PMDG bring it out. No idea how I got past that. Past my missus with permission. He needs permission just to go to the toilet. Do you get told which toilet to use as well? Right, we're at our top of descent, so we're going down. Descent 150 blue. Let's land in Egypt. thrust idle. 150 below is fine. Say a little bit later on, I will probably pop this into open descent. We just need to make sure that we're monitoring now our profile. I do want to get beneath that profile. Remember, we really need to be slow with some flaps out by the time we get to 6,000 feet because of this approach. It's Richard, yeah, don't forget to put the seat down. Lulu says, don't get me wrong, it's a chunk of metal that he's smashed down more times than he cares to remember, but it's also saved his backside a few times as well. Oh wow! Wow, Mark has just gifted 5 Easyjet Simfilot channel memberships at our top of descent as we come towards the end of our 5-hour stream. Mark, that is awesome. Thank you so much, helping to celebrate with us our 40,000 subscribers special stream. Thank you so much, Mark. Although I do see that you have just let Dan back into the members lounge, but I'll forgive you. Mark, that is awesome. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much. Yeah, Mark, would you believe that? Welcome to all our new channel members. New and old. Nick's just said the same thing. Love it. Right, just checking GPS accuracy as well down here on the box. That's all high, so we're good. Oh, guys, where's this time gone? Honestly. Like, you sit there at the start and think, right, I've got a 5-hour, I'm going to do a 5-hour stream. Like, 4.5 hour flight. It's going to be a long one. And honestly, spending it with you, the time has just literally flown by. Richard says, old and new here. He is old. Richard, there's no such thing. You're as old as you feel. Not a cloud in the sky. That's what you want to see when you're going away on holiday. Right, transition altitude here is 9,500 feet. Stig, is it a bit more of a comfort for passengers when you initialise descent 1,000 FPM for a minute? Not really. I mean, the thing you've got to be careful of, Stig, is if you have been left high by ATC or whatever reason, or you've missed your top of descent because you've fallen asleep, then if you push for managed descent, your aircraft's just going to point that nose down, you're going to drop like a stone because it wants to try and catch up to your profile. If you start a little bit before, it'll start just descending at 1,000 feet per minute anyway until it catches up with that profile. However, remember, as we briefed, we do want to get beneath that profile because we're going to need to configure perhaps a little bit earlier than normal for this approach. So I'm going to choose open descent and we're going to pull speed and we're going to wind that up 270. And 270 is pretty decent for a Costin X4 low-cost carrier anyway. Emma, thank you so much. West Castle model after seeing an Easyjet at Heathrow in a recent stream. Will you be doing an Easyjet A380 when that livery becomes available? Do you know what, West Castle? I hope to God that livery never becomes available. Clever Trevor! Happy 40k to you! Good to have you joining us as we're on our way down now. Krasa, this is a long flight. You're right. 4 hours 16 minutes in total. We're about 1,000 feet beneath the profile, which works nicely for me. Elk Chocolate, have actually going to introduce any rules relating to the A380? What rules would they put in, and how would they enforce it? You think it'll take 10 seconds before Luton is inundated with a load of Easyjet A380s? Wizz Air A380. German Flight Sim. Edinburgh's the best airport. Do you know what? Edinburgh Airport looks stunning in the sim. It's one of the Pyrrhus ones, isn't it? Julie, Charlie, Mike, thank you so much. Good to have you on board as we come into land. But this is the bit I love. Long hauls. I know not everybody likes a long haul flight, and this isn't technically long haul, but you know it is for us. But this is the bit I like. When you've done a long haul flight and you're flying somewhere so far, 2,000 miles away from where we first started, and the terrain's changed, the scenery's all completely different, and it's just completely different. And remember as well, guys, we have got a giveaway of the Marsa Airport as well. We are going to be giving away a copy of that once we've landed, so stick with us for that. Then you too can have a holiday at EasyJet's most southern destination. What is that? What a ship down there? I thought I saw a ship. Oh no, it's not. It's just a scratch on the window. A bug. Krauser says Pirigi, they never disappoint. Nope, they really don't. East Midlands is by far one of my favourite airports. I'm gutted EasyJet don't fly to them anymore. Lemon says he loves long hauls. Problem is, the cabin crew don't. Right, 6,000 feet blue. Now it's telling me we're going to be about 6,000 feet where I need to be 6,000 feet, but I need to be 6,000 feet just a little bit before that, so I've got time to slow my aircraft down. So let's dip beneath that profile a bit more. We'll wind the speed up. Speed 300. That'll probably help. There we go. Look. We'll see where this levels off. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll just keep tweaking it as we go. There's no pressure at the minute. Time's good. Scottish, I think they are. I think you're right, yes. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with it at the moment. It looks stunning. Yardy! Good afternoon, sir. Hope you're doing well. You joined us just before the school run. Okay, so I'm now happy to use VS to sort this out. So a VS of 1700, that should work for us. Krauser says it's expensive to buy all these airports to have good scenery at them. Well, I think a lot of people, obviously, yeah, it's a bit of a luxury, isn't it, to be able to afford to spend stuff on scenery like this, but take advantage of sales. You know, when there's sales on, grab them. Obviously, Barcelona Airport, that was on sale recently, as was Ibiza. At the moment, the Airbus A300 is on sale. There are loads of things on sale that you can get, but the other thing that a lot of people do is they just buy sort of 2 or 3 good airports, you know, the bases, and they fly to them, or they fly from them all the time. And of course, there's some, even without buying any, there's some pretty detailed sceneries just in there by default. So Heathrow, by default, it's not bad. It's a good handcrafted airport, as was JFK, as is Amsterdam, Schiphol. So the extra sceneries that you can purchase, yes, they are better, but they do have good handcrafted ones anyway. Right, seatbelt signs are on. And we'll start concentrating on flying our jet. So the approach checklist then, BARF QNH 1015. I am going to quickly double check that is still the case. Yeah, QNH is now changed, so very important as well because we're doing a INAV approach. Got to have this right. So QNH is now 1014. We'll update it in the box. 22 degrees. 01010. So that's the latest weather update.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be landing. Please ensure your cabin bag is safely stowed with your laptop inside. Your tray table must be stowed, armrests down and window blinds open. You now need to be seated with your seatbelt fastened, ready for landing. Please help us by handing in any rubbish, newspapers or magazines that you do not want to keep. The toilets are no longer in service. Thank you.
Marsa alarm traffic, Alpine 86 Yankee. Hotel is 15 miles to the northeast. Sibley 1 Echo arrival for the RNAV 33 approach. Okay, speed 250 set. I just pop open climbing, open descent in for a moment. So thrust idle, open descent. Just level off for a moment. This is why we were dropping below the profile, so we can afford to level off and drop that speed. I feel like the sun's just gone in. It can't have, but it will be getting lower in the sky, I'm guessing. Okay, it's 10,000 feet, lights on. And there's our destination. Simpilot PK, what specs do I have? Are they, I don't know if they're in the details there. I think they are. I think they're on the page, so you'll be able to check those out. Okay, push for manage speed. And Ramazan, mate, thank you so much for your $12.70 tip saying thank you for the YouTube channel. I appreciate the valuable content you provide. Ramazan, thank you so much. It's very generous. I really do appreciate your support there, and glad you could join us on our special stream today, celebrating 40,000 subscribers. Ramazan, once again, thank you. Very, very generous of you. Okay, descent is looking alright. Happy to take what we've got there. Remember I said we're going to go flaps 1 as well. We're about 10 miles away. Because we need to drop 3,000 feet. To be fair, like I said, if it was on a day like today, we don't need to be at 6,000 feet at that point. We could probably stay on profile, but we'll just fly as per the charts. So we're now going to go flaps 1, speed's checked. Flaps 1. Now we'll pull speed. 180. Spoilers are out. Keep your hand on the spoiler speed brake lever so you don't forget.
Cabin crew must now be seated for landing. Thank you.
German flight sim, can't press the approach button. Not yet. Not yet. Far too early. Okay, 3,000 blue. And this is where holding 180 knots, we're now going to go flaps 2. So speed's checked. Flaps 2. This is going to now throw out a load more drag now, which is going to help us get down. Ooh, the reflection. Well, German flight sim, the main reason was because we were flying the wrong way. We've got the VDEV and the LDEV, but you don't want to press it until your next waypoint is the final descent point. Loving the glare. Crosswind aviation, don't you need to be on the localizer before hitting the approach typically? Well, certainly getting ready to intercept it, not flying the wrong way, but there's no localizer for this approach because it's an RNP approach. Okay, so 2,000 blue, and we're now VS 900. What's that down there? Looks interesting. Anyway. Lulu, no traffic, cav okay, get the autopilot off, hand flighting. Oh, if only that was part of SOPs. That's why the guys like flying to places like Nice or Salzburg, places you can get the autopilot off and do a bit of manual flying. Master caution, go away, disregard ECAM. So yeah, just a reminder once more, we do have a giveaway of this airport coming up once we've landed. So stick with us for that. Radar altimeter's alive. Accuracy's high, all good. Perfect. .615 is the final descent point. We're now 3 miles before that. That is fine. Runway's in sight. Okay, so now 615 is our fix. Final blue, approach nav. And gear down. Arm spoilers. Manage speed, flaps 3. Lights on. Marsa alarm traffic Alpine 86 Yankee Hotel. 5 mile final, runway 33. And we can see that now we're targeting the right point. Final approach is activated. Missed approach altitude is 5,000 feet. Landing checklist. Cabin secured. Go around altitude is 5,000. Eco memo, landing no blue. At this point then we pretty much can just take the autopilot off and hand fly this approach. There's that wind from the right, not the left. Leave flight directors on, they're giving good guidance. Thousand feet. Looks like we've got 3 reds, so just compensate for that. Get back on that centre line a little bit.
Above. 500.
Okay, stable.
Minimum.
Continue. Okay, gonna keep the picture the same. We'll ignore the pappies. Pappies look a little bit off. 4 reds would be an instant go around, but
100.
Picture looks absolutely fine.
50, 40, 30, 10, 5.
Okay, so we've got spoilers, reverse green, decel. Thrust idle. Manual brakes. And we've got a turning spot coming up ahead just there. Hey, Will. Good to see you. Check out the airport as well when we get there. Looks like lots of palm trees. Okay, so giveaway coming up. I doubt I'll have a GSX profile installed for this. Oh, I don't think GSX wants to work actually. Probably broken. Never mind. Okay, so just a reminder, of course, that the first taxiway off to the left has broke. It's been fixed. So we're going to have to take the second taxiway. Gilson, how hard of a landing is required before you need maintenance? Oh, 600 FPM. Above that, you might want to consider maintenance. Okay, in real life then, that taxiway is closed at the moment, so we're not going to use that. Taxiway Bravo, right signage. Wouldn't it be so cool in the future if somehow a simulator could somehow read NOTAMs and close and close taxiways and things as such. That would be absolutely brilliant. Right, clean my aircraft up. Right, let's taxi up to the guy and not run him over. We'll check out the replay and we'll run the giveaway for anyone who fancies a bit of a flight to Egypt. Excellent, job done. Parking brakes on. Has it been 3 minutes? It's been 4 minutes, so we'd be able to shut down the engines now. APU is up and running. Bit of APU bleed. I'm going to leave the engines on so we can run the replay and the giveaway, etc. But yeah, awesome. Welcome, guys, to Marsa Alarm, and of course, thank you so much for joining us on this 40k sub special. If you are on your way out, not sticking around for the giveaway, then please hit the like button before you go. Remember to check out the gift shop. And yeah, I just want to come off VATSIM now so we can do the replay. Oh, blooming side stick, go away. All right, so replay is coming up. Hopefully. Alright guys, so if you would like to be in with a chance of winning a copy of this airport, Marsa Alarm, courtesy of Inibuilds, our channel partner, then please simply just type into the chat the ICO code of this airport, which is Hotel Echo Mike Alpha. Type that in and you'll be entered into the chat. Only need to type it in once. And yeah, we'll get the giveaway rolling very soon. And of course, this is one of those airports that you probably never ever think of flying to unless you have the scenery for it. Loving the shadow of the aircraft. That actually is the shadow this time, it's not a mark on the window. That's the tourist destination there, you can see just by the wingtip. Robert says he's been there in real life. Does it bring back memories? Does it look like this? Oh, Mark. Dan, sorry. Hematoma. Shut up. Go and put your phone on silent. Robert, yeah, it's Sandy. Ouch! 758? Surely that's not right. Wasn't the smoothest landing in the world, but I didn't think it was that bad. Alright then guys, so we are going to run the I'm gonna run the giveaway now. So congratulations, the winner of Marsa Alarm Airport, courtesy of Inibuilds, is, and the winner will need an Inibuilds account. I should have said that, sorry. Sean initial was 433 on landing. I'll take that. Yeah, so the winner is, you will need an Inibuilds account. Contact me on Discord or via email just with your Inibuilds account details. And then the winner goes to Moppyhan. Moppy, congratulations, sir. You are now the winner of this beautiful Marsa Alarm Airport, which just as this plays out, let's just have a, should we just go on while my aircraft's turning around, we'll have a quick look at the airport itself. There isn't much to it because, well, there actually isn't much to this in real life. But I do find that, but by default, a lot of the Egyptian airports aren't actually that good. By default, in fact, some have got runways missing and all sorts, but at least now, you know, you've got well, you've got something for free, to be honest, but you've got something that you can actually fly up to, taxi to, and it looks a lot better than just the default. Because, yeah, I don't know why, for some reason, Egypt, for whatever reason, hasn't got the best default scenery. So at least you've got now somewhere to fly to, which isn't just a barren strip of land with I forget which one it was. Can't remember if it's Sharm or somewhere that's just got an airport missing, or certainly a runway missing. But oh, there we go. Cool. Right, guys, thank you so much. It has been a long old flight, which is what we like for our special streams, as always. A huge thanks to all of you who have joined us today on our 40,000 sub special, and once again I just want to show and say my sincere thanks to all of you for helping build the community, which is absolutely down to you, nothing to do with me. You guys have been absolutely awesome in helping us reach 40,000 subscribers. Please do leave a like before you leave. Remember, if you want some awesome aviation merchandise, then check out the links in the video. Get yourself on Aviation Aisle, some awesome stuff there. Far too much I want to buy, that my wife would probably kill me for if I did. And of course, and final reminder, the Airbus A300 is on sale via Innobuild. Check out the link, get yourself the Airbus A300, 15% discount when you also buy the new Chicago Airport that has just been released. I'm going to leave you then with our traditional replay for the landing and say thank you. The last 5.5 hours have literally just well, they've just flown by. Pardon the pun. Thanks so much, guys. I'll see you all again in our next live stream. Thanks for watching. Have a great rest of your day. Goodbye, everyone.